Good morning and welcome to your Fort Worth City Council special meeting on redistricting. We're going to start with a presentation from Fernando Costa. Thank you, Fernando. He's going to kind of try to give an overview of where we are in the process and also try to summarize some of the commentary from last night. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, council members. In recent days, each of you has received literally hundreds of communications from residents who are conveying their comments to you about redistricting, whether favoring one map or another, or perhaps suggesting some feature that they'd like for you to incorporate into the final redistricting map. Whatever one might say about the entire redistricting process, I think you must say that we have engaged the public extensively in this process. And if public engagement was one of your main goals for redistricting, then I think we've achieved that goal. I think you'll agree that the living symbol of that public engagement is a gentleman by the name of Rick Herring, who as usual is sitting in the front row and keeping an eye on all of our elected officials. Rick will offer to anyone who's interested a full tour of the Riverside area, from United Riverside in the south to Bonnie Bray in the north. And if any of us doesn't keep the Riverside Alliance intact in a single council district, we will hear about it. So thank you, Rick. And I think you'll agree as well that we have hundreds of other neighborhood leaders around Fort Worth who also take deep pride in their neighborhoods and are therefore equally interested in your decisions about redistricting. I think that's a great sign for the vitality of our democratic process in Fort Worth. Last night at your public comments meeting, you received comments from nearly 70 different residents, either vocally or in writing. And we've prepared for you a summary of those comments. Over 80% of the comments express support for some variation of map V4 horseshoe as amended. 35 said that they support V4 horseshoe with some additional revisions, and those revisions tended to vary from one speaker to the next, but most of them expressed support for making revisions that would align the Poly neighborhood, Bonnie Bray, and Lake Arlington with similar neighborhoods in the same council district. Another 21 residents expressed support for map V4 horseshoe without any further revisions. Another 4 residents, speaking on behalf of many other residents, including the president of the North Fort Worth Alliance and leaders of affiliated neighborhoods north of Loop 20, expressed a preference for map V4 as amended without the horseshoe. We heard another 4 residents expressing support for minority opportunity districts in general, and in particular, creating a second strong Hispanic opportunity district. And then we had individual residents speaking for and against V3 horseshoe, asking for Worth Heights to be included in District 9, for Clark Road to be included in District 6, and another speaker representing the Candler Ridge Neighborhood Association expressing opposition to all three maps being considered by the City Council as they affect the demographic balance of District 6. So that's a summary of the comments that you received last night, but you've received hundreds of other comments from multiple sources, and I know that you'll want to take all of them appropriately into account. Today, we'd like to review with you a total of 6 proposed redistricting maps, 3 of which were advertised for primary consideration at last night's public comment meeting. A 4th is the one that the North Fort Worth Alliance and affiliated neighborhoods expressed support for your consideration. And then last night, we received from council members 2 additional maps, 2 new maps that are variations of map V3. And those are map V3 Horseshoe as amended with yesterday's date, March 22nd, 2022, and map V3 as amended with yesterday's date without the horseshoe. And I'd like to describe each of these 6 maps for you and then answer any questions you might have. Map V2 as amended, dated February 19th, was initially advanced, and correct me if I'm mistaken, by Councilmember Moon. And you've discussed this map V2 at some length in previous map drawing sessions. For each map, we produced a table that presents the demographic data associated with the various districts that the map would create. Map V3 Horseshoe, dated March 1st, was initially advanced, again, correct me if I'm mistaken, by Councilmembers Nettles and Beck. And it also has received support from other council members. And this was the leading map that the council had discussed at your last map drawing session. However, I think this map is being supplanted by 1 or 2 other maps that we'd like to present to you now. Again, this is map V3 Horseshoe with a closer look so you can see how the horseshoe wraps around District 8 to include everything from neighborhoods on the east side of Fort Worth, around Riverside at the top, down to Worth Heights and other neighborhoods on the south side of Fort Worth. And here are the demographic data corresponding to map V3 Horseshoe. Now, last night, as a result of discussions among council members, we received map V3 Horseshoe as amended, dated March 22nd, 2022. And this map, as we understand it, represents a compromise among council members Nettles, Beck, and Flores. It includes many features of the original map V3 and the original map V4 Horseshoe. Here is the table corresponding to map V3 Horseshoe, and we've highlighted on this table because it has been the subject of much discussion by council members. The Hispanic voting age population percentage associated with the 2 Hispanic opportunity districts. This has been a subject of much discussion because one of the goals that the council has expressed during the course of redistricting has been the creation of a second strong Hispanic opportunity district. And so you can see in map V3 Horseshoe, which is a proposed compromise from last night, District 2 has a Hispanic voting age population of 62.7%, almost 63%. And District 11 has a Hispanic voting age population of 60.1%. So both of those proposed districts would have Hispanic voting age population over 60%. Here's map B3 as amended, dated March 22nd, 2022, without the horseshoe. So these districts are arguably more compact than those associated with the horseshoe version of V3. And again, correct me if I'm mistaken, but we understand this map to represent a compromise among Nettles, Beck, and Moon. And here you can see the demographic data associated with this map, V3, as amended last night without the horseshoe. You can see that District 2 has a Hispanic voting age population of 62.3%, and District 11 has a Hispanic voting age population of 54%. So not as high as the 60% plus associated with the horseshoe version, but still well over 50% Hispanic voting age population. And if you look at the column immediately to the left of the voting age population, you see the overall Hispanic population of District 11 is 58.8%. So clearly a Hispanic majority district. Map V4 as amended appears on this list in large measure because it received strong support from the North Fort Worth Alliance and other neighborhoods located north of Loop 820. And they have expressed the view that this map V4, as amended February 21st, 2022, best represents the interests of neighborhoods north of Loop 820. And here you can see the demographic data associated with that map, V4. And finally, we have the map V4 horseshoe as amended, dated March 10th, 2022. This is the map that over 80% of the participants in last night's public comments meeting supported by their comments. This map creates a second strong Hispanic Opportunity District, again, by incorporating a horseshoe feature that combines neighborhoods on the east side of Fort Worth by means of Riverside to neighborhoods on the south side of Fort Worth, all the way down to Loop 820 South. This map presents two strong Hispanic Opportunity Districts, District 2, with a percentage of Hispanic voting age population over 64%, and District 10 would have a Hispanic voting age population of 66.5%, which is as high a figure as you're going to find in any of these maps. So definitely two strong Hispanic Opportunity Districts associated with map V4 horseshoe as amended, hence the strong support that many Hispanic advocates voiced for this option. And so your discussion this morning should revolve around the selection of one of these 6 maps as the final redistricting map for inclusion in a resolution that you could conceivably place on your agenda for next Tuesday's March 29th City Council meeting for final approval. Madam Mayor, we'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thanks, Fernando. I think Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, start with you.
Fernando, thank you for your presentation, your patience, and your unique skills to be able to navigate this, and your years in Fort Worth have, I'm just glad you're still here. I have two questions. One is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-fold, but the first one is how do comments received last night true up with the legal counsel we've received?
You will have the opportunity
Yeah, we're going to break in just a
momentarily
moment in
to hold an
executive session.
executive session.
Yeah.
You'll be able to hear in executive session from Philip Arnold, our outside counsel from Bickerstaff. He will also be available to answer questions in open session.
I asked that question because I think it's very important that the public realize this really isn't a popularity contest where all of us show up and say we want this. We do have to true this up, and so that's why I wanted that question here.
Yes, ma'am.
My next question, and this is the last one, when you're looking at the maps, I've not gotten involved with map making, but I have concerns, and I want to know what districts the following neighborhoods fall in, and that'll just help me understand where we are now. And I'll text these to you too, and you don't have to answer now, but I will want to know what districts do we find? Handley, Old Handley, Lake Arlington, Echo Heights, Eastern Hills, Woodhaven, and White Lake Hills. You don't have to answer now.
Well, the answer will vary from one map to the next.
Those are, and that's what I want to apply to each one.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you have in front of you paper copies of all 6 maps on a street base so that you can see with some degree of precision
Okay.
which neighborhoods are located in which districts for each map.
Okay.
And so we would encourage you to look at your paper maps, the ones that are rolled up with the rubber bands will give you the best view of the neighborhoods and council districts.
And I think, Gina, to help you a little bit, what we'll do after we break for executive session, come right back, we'll kind of dig in and start to try to assess where council is, and we'll ask those questions on those neighborhoods for you as we do that.
And just for the sake of having it in the record, I do need to add poly search stop 6. I think you know what I mean. And that's just to have it in the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I know Councilmember Nettles had a question or comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a comment, just to correct on, I believe, the map 3 amended. Fernando mentioned that that was a compromise between Nettles, Moon, and Beck, and that was just a compromise between Nettles and Nettles and Moon.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
To clarify that, thank you.
Fernando. Question. On which map did you say there was a compromise between Nettles, myself, and Beck?
Well, again, I'm going by my understanding, but my understanding is that map V3 Horseshoe, as amended, dated March 22nd, 2022, represents the compromise that you had reached with Councilor
Okay.
Nettles.
That was discussions up to that point. Yes, we met, we did discuss it, okay, but there was no finalization of it. It was a work in progress. I just want to make that clarification.
That's fine.
For the record. And another question. When were these maps that were dated 3/22/22 submitted?
We received them last night.
What time?
We received them sometime after 6 o'clock last night.
After 6.
Yes, sir.
For the record, when we were responding to requests to amend map V4 Horseshoe, as you know, as amended, we were told by staff that the cutoff was 5 p.m. So I'm trying to understand why that is.
I'm not sure who told you.
Yeah, we can discuss that later, but I'm going to need further clarification on that.
There is no
That's what I
cutoff.
thought. I mean, you want timeliness, of course, but that's what was communicated. But I'll talk more about that with you.
Your meeting this morning is a map drawing session, and you are free to draw maps. Any of these maps are subject to
Amendment,
further
yeah.
revision.
Yeah.
And I'll just add a comment. The map that we worked on, Carlos, with you, we never did submit it. And for us to talk about it today, it had to be submitted. And so,
Yeah, it's a clarification, Chris. I think we're on the same page.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Any other questions or comments, council, before we break in executive session? Okay, let's do that. We're going to break for executive session and try to make it quick and come right back in. I just don't need to gavel. We'll just do that. I'm gavel happy this morning. Just. Consulting with our outside counsel specific to some of the legal challenges we may face. The city council will conduct a closed meeting in order to discuss matters permitted to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with attorney, to seek the advice of its attorneys about pending or contemplated litigation, settlement offers, or any matter in which the duty of the attorney to the city council under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the Texas State Bar clearly conflicts with the Texas Meeting Open Act, legal issues related to redistricting. Please unplug your microphones. I'm going to call us back into session, and I'm going to ask Mr. Arnold to come up for this next piece, if that works for everybody. Is that correct, Leanne? Okay. And Philip, maybe reintroduce yourself. I think people know you by now, but just making sure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name is Philip Arnold. I'm with Bickerstaff, Heath, Delgado, and Acosta, and we were engaged as redistricting counsel for the city. We have looked at various maps. We haven't looked at, from a legal analysis, the ones that were done last night. So I can't comment on them from a legal analysis, but most of these maps share a lot of similar qualities. So at a high level, we can say that most of these maps create a second Hispanic majority district. Some do it by Hispanic majority of voting age population, and some do it by as rough approximation as we can get to citizen voting age population, which is, the data is not the same because we don't have a citizenship data from the census, but generally you lose, roughly 10%, depends on the neighborhood, of voting age population to citizenship voting age population for Hispanic districts. So a lot of these maps come very close to doing that or create outright majorities. The rough proportionality, it's not something we talked about before, or we've talked about in previous meetings. We didn't talk about earlier today, but rough proportionality of creating a second majority Hispanic district can be a factor we can look at. So if there's 20% of the city of Fort Worth is Hispanic, then having 20% of the council seats as Hispanic is rough proportionality. So from that perspective, these maps tend to accomplish that. The issues, of course, are complying with the Voting Rights Act and making sure that we don't discriminate based on race, while also going to the defending against the opposite of that, which is a Shaw versus Reno claim, which is that race is not the overwhelming factor the overriding factor in creating a district or
Hold on just a second, Phil. We got a broadcasting issue.
Okay.
You may get to repeat yourself. I'm really sorry.
I tend to do that anyways. It's easy. Exactly.
It's all for.
They teach you in law school that old-timey legal documents were long because they were paid by the word. Now that's why whereas and therefore and
Yeah.
heretofore came from. I don't know if that's true or not.
Good? Okay, now, you can start over. I'm so sorry, quickly.
All right. As I was saying, all of these maps tend to create a somewhat stronger second Hispanic district in the city. Some do that more than others. The ones that do it more than others, particularly the horseshoe versions, may have potential legal issues under Shaw versus Reno just because of their shape. Now, there are reasons you can draw a district like that is shaped like that because of other factors that are not race-based. So to the extent those factors exist, I would, you all know those. They're communities of interest, they're neighborhoods. There's reasons you can draw certain districts in certain ways that are not based on race. And the same issue applies with Como being included in District 6 in these maps. And so I would advise you all to look at those. And then, as we talked about before, rough proportionality, creating a second Hispanic district in the city would comply with the rough proportionality, which can be a defense to a Section 2 and Shaw claim that essentially you are trying to create an equal share. So if 20% of the population is Hispanic, to create 20% of your council districts as likely to elect a candidate of Hispanic choice. Whether any map would be defensible in a Shaw claim or Section 2 claim is up for debate. We have geographical compactness and the other issues we've talked about as factors in those. So we haven't had a chance to look at the maps that were drawn yesterday from a legal analysis. But I think all of these maps generally create the same legal issues. It's really a matter of policy as to which maps the council thinks are the best ones to proceed with, and if you want to make any modifications to those. Do you all have any questions for me?
Any other questions for Philip, council? Okay, you've done a great job, Philip. We may have more as we keep going here, so thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, let's leave this slide up. This is helpful to me. Process of elimination, right? I'm going to say a few things. Everybody interject if you think I'm incorrect. It feels like V2 as amended is off the table. We could have a little pretend red X that would go up there. Okay, correct, great, keep going. Sounds like map V3 horseshoe as of 3-1 is off the table because we've made lots of amendments, correct? Great, and keep going. Now, leave the two in the middle, that are the two new maps, hold those for just a second. Go to that fifth map on the right, fourth, V4 as amended 2/21/22. I think we can take it off because that map has also been edited to the right as of 3/10 V4. So that leaves us with 3 we're really opening and considering today. Now, based on some consensus, to me it doesn't make sense to keep tussling with 2 different horseshoe maps, V3 horseshoe as amended and V4 horseshoe as amended, but I think we're gonna have to talk about them separately because there are different issues with different communities of interest. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so I'm gonna keep us talking about 3 maps right now and hope that we can eventually build consensus to 2 and then to 1. Good deal? Okay, let's start with V3 horseshoe. These are my understandings. Everybody can jump in here of the issues we're facing with V3 horseshoe as amended on 3/22/22. One of them is it does not keep Crowley ISD in District 6 as of right now. Is that everybody's understanding? Yes? V3 horseshoe as amended?
For V3 horseshoe, it doesn't include Clark Road Neighborhood Association.
Okay.
And we got an email from every resident in Clark Road, so.
Okay, thank you.
Clark Road is that, on map V4 with the horseshoe, it's that little jut out at the far south.
Well, I'm saying, you're saying it should be in D6.
In 6, yes,
be in
okay.
6.
Another item I know we've discussed quite a bit is it's cutting into the hospital district. I'm not saying that's not doable, just throwing out that that's an issue.
Before we go too far on
Yeah.
that, and I will say, as far as Clark Road and all of that Crowley mess, in the maps, both V3, you rip up 8 to help in Hispanic district, and it lowers the population. And so once the population is lower, you have to pull up population from the south. And so that's why both of those maps does not include Clark Road or Crowley ISD or whatever. And in some of District 8 has Crowley ISD already. And so I don't think that's a major issue. I think that's an issue that certain people have made an issue, but that has not been a community issue.
Okay.
It's a big issue. Clark Road has several
it's not.
emails from us. And if it was a population issue, Clark Road doesn't have a lot of population. It's not a population issue.
Well, in order to get Clark Road,
Can I finish?
no,
Yeah,
no.
Can I finish?
In order to
Drive population up in Crowley Road, further north, which could make adjustments for that.
we had to pull up Meadow Creek in order to get the population up. And you cannot get to Clark Road without taking away Meadow Creek.
So I would say that issue
Get
is
it off Crowley Road
unresolved.
and Alta Mesa.
Okay, unresolved. Third is it currently cuts into the near south side overlay, which I know has been an issue. And that was difficult, to my understanding, to fix that based on how to create that horseshoe. It does not, this is a big one, does not keep Rosemont together. It divides at the railroad track, which we've heard a lot about.
Yep.
It does not keep Worth Heights in District 9, which they've been pretty vocal about appreciating their representation in District 9. And then another huge one is it does not keep Panther Island in District 2. So based on those factors, there may be more around this table. It feels like V3 horseshoe as amended is probably too difficult to put the genie back in the bottle, so we have to move all those things around. So would this body feel comfortable eliminating it as one of our consensus potential maps? Yes, Gina?
Just to be clear, V3 horseshoe as amended does not keep Panther Island in District 2?
It does not.
Okay, yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, so then I think if I had my little red marker right now, I would say V3 horseshoe as amended 322, that third map, we put an X through it and keep going. Okay, does that
What
work?
3 maps do we have?
Right now, we're looking at V3 horseshoe as amended 322, map V3 as amended 322, and horseshoe V4 horseshoe as amended 310. The third map, V3 horseshoe as amended 322. Fourth map, map V3 as amended 322-22. And the far right map, map V4 horseshoe as amended 310-2022. What I'm proposing, based on those issues I just articulated on V3 horseshoe as amended 322, is to eliminate it from our discussion anymore and use the other two as where we're going to try to get to today. Does that work? You want me to point?
Only thing I would say, there are some amendments that can be made to map V3. That's the map that we worked with Carlos on. And I would be kind of inclined to eliminate that first before we eliminate map V4 horseshoe.
Yeah, I'm still on the table with V4 horseshoe. I'm saying, on 310, I'm saying, can we, maybe you're just, thank you, that's beautiful. Yes, thank you.
I'm saying before we eliminate.
Okay, that's fair.
the horseshoe 3, we should discuss the horseshoe 4. Yeah.
But I think my wish is that that may be true. I feel like we need one horseshoe to amend from and one that's not a horseshoe to amend from. I don't care which one it is, because we're going to need to talk about V4 horseshoe as amended as a body and zoom in, because I don't have as many notes on it as I do the other two. Okay? What were you going to say, Jared?
I was just going to say, I'd rather work backwards from map V4, since that was what we heard a lot from yesterday. I want to honor the voice of community folks who came out and spoke.
Okay. Were there any other issues with map V3 horseshoe that I didn't hit on that this body had been concerned about? I think I hit the big ones. Okay. I'm going to go to map V4 horseshoe as amended, but here's my caveat. A lot of the things I'm going to talk about, I'm not positive, this may require Michelle's assistance, that they haven't been fixed already in this amended version. Does that make sense? So I don't want to be incorrect. So if Michelle would go up there and zoom in on V4 horseshoe as amended. I'm going to come back to V3 as amended in a minute. 310, whatever we have that is the most current, we need to dig in on the communities of interest issues if there are any. Okay. Okay, that's helpful, okay. So do you want to go to the microphone, Michelle? Okay, sorry, and I'm putting you on the spot. While she's doing that, this map version 3 as amended, which is that middle map on our screen currently. Big significant differences for those watching, of course, is there's not a horseshoe, right? It does create a Hispanic Opportunity District at 54%. But, you know, the debate we've been discussing is, can we get that VAP percentage even higher? And is it answering the cries from community enough? Because this is the balancing act we're facing, because in a lot of horseshoes, we've been splitting communities, but you do get to higher VAP.
And I will add to that, Mayor, just to add to your comments. Map 3 version amended as of 3/22. It does only do 54 Hispanic VAP. But I want the community and the city of Fort Worth to understand that it's not just the Hispanic percentage. You have to include the Black population experience percentage as well as the white. And so when we look at that, that version, it gives 54 VAP for Hispanics, and then African Americans 23.4, and white 18.4. In history, it shows that at 54%, an Hispanic can be elected to office. That is the current District 2 population in percentage as we face today. And in order to take a Black and African American to be elected, you need at least 33% or 35%. And so I will say that I truly believe that with that population, or with that percentage at 54%, we can elect the Hispanic candidate in that district.
Thank you very much. So a few issues as she's working on that, I know that we may need to discuss today with that map, which is the non-horseshoe version 322 map, version 3. I think one issue is it does not keep Hanley and Polly together. That, Gina, that's for you.
Yeah, I'm fine with Handley as it's proposed, because
Okay.
there's a highway that's a natural boundary,
Okay,
and I'm good with that. I distinguish it between Handley and Old Handley, and so I'm fine with that.
okay, thank you. And then the other issue on that compromise map, which we're going to table this one, I'm just saying it again, is this Crowley ISD District 6 Clark Road issue that's not resolved, that we've got some disagreement on, is also an issue in that version 3 map, with no horseshoe, so it doesn't get fixed. Carrie?
I think there's several things on this map that, the merits of the map.
So, sorry, I'm going to make you switch. While you were waiting, we went to V3, no horseshoe, 322.
That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The merits of the map are that it avoids potential lawsuit, or we can better defend a potential lawsuit. And it does create a second Hispanic Opportunity District. The small challenges with the map are really just some boundaries, whether it be where 6 and 3 intersect, whether it be along, you can see kind of, I can't remember what's the name of that street. Go down a little bit further, Michelle, right there, that little area, right, no, go down, right there. You know, that little piece can be changed over. There's a lot of little intricacies of the map. We could look at Polly, we could look at Hanley. You can look at where 6 and 8. The merits of the map at the macro level, this is good. And it meets the Hispanic goal, and it helps us defend against a lawsuit. At the micro level, there are some small changes that we can make. When and how we do that, I don't know, but that's my
That's helpful.
sentiment.
Carrie, what do you, just clarify for me, what do you perceive as being the Hispanic goal?
matching, so
I mean,
the.
do you have a
the
number
districts
in mind, or?
Trying to get to, as, Councilmember Nettles said, is get to the metrics that last elected a Hispanic council member. We know that works.
Right, in another district.
Yes, which
Right,
is,
which has a different composition of Hispanics.
not compared to District 2 in 2021.
Well, what I'm saying is, from just very general, very basic. In my district, you have Hispanics that have been there for generations. The immigrant community component up there is less, far less, than what you find in the South Side, where you have the newest influx of Hispanic immigrants. So there is a difference. You can't solely rely on that historical data.
But one thing you
That's
can look
why I
at is the combination of other ethnicities, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Is the ethnicities. You look at the white population in 2, it is much higher than the white population in this District 11. In District 11, you've replaced the white population with African American. And so I think that's a big variable that helps that Hispanic get elected.
I think also, just to add, it's important to consider citizen voting age population, and in map V4 Horseshoe, the VAP is 66%.
We're not at that map yet. We're talking about this map, sorry.
No.
Okay.
I'm coming full circle.
Okay.
But the reason why I think we have to consider CVAP also in V3 Horseshoe, V3, excuse me, is that it's at 54% VAP, which means it's significantly lower. It's about 20% when you look at CVAP. That would take it down to 34% CVAP, which then makes it a toss-up. So.
Yeah. Back to the numbers that were provided to us by one of the speakers last night. You have that table where the stats have VAP and CVAP compared.
Yeah. But to be clear, that map you're referring to does not include CVAP numbers for the map we're talking about right now. So we would have to do another analysis. It did CVAP for V3 Horseshoe, which we're not talking about at the moment, and V4 Horseshoe. It's not the Moo maps. It's a different map. Okay, Gina.
I'll pass.
Okay. Are there any other communities of interest we haven't talked about here? Or, importantly, Elizabeth may have to help, or Carlos, in the discussion about Hispanic communities that had wanted to be in this new district? Let's be real. If they're not included in this new district, who are they? Go ahead.
They are not.
Okay.
They are not included.
Try to give me neighborhoods if you don't mind.
So under this map, we've heard Worth Heights, the folks from the neighborhood. If you could give me some grace to get there. I want to start with something to kind of frame this conversation. The definition of a compromise is an agreement or a settlement of a dispute that is reached by each side making concessions. By its very definition, a compromise cannot be made without each side giving a little. The result of a compromise is that all parties, whether they be sitting at this table or interest groups throughout this city, begrudgingly accept the outcome. Because we have all given a little, no one has gotten all. And I think that's why we have been struggling so hard as a council, because as Mayor Pro Tem so eloquently pointed out, we have heard so much community input as part of this map, and now we feel obligated to respond to all of that community output, our input, and quite frankly, it's impossible. And so I want to make sure that we all understand that no one will get to perfection. I've said that every time we've drawn a map. There has to be a willingness to compromise, not just at this table, but around the city in groups. There has to be a willingness to give a little. So with that being said, let's talk about this map. We have heard from the neighborhood leaders, those that live in Worth Heights, not used to live, not have family there, but live in Worth Heights, say that they would like to remain in District 9. I have also heard from the Southside community that it is vital that Worth Heights and Rosemont specifically, those are the only two neighborhoods, when I have called around and spoke to leaders, that they felt were absolutely required to make a meaningful Hispanic opportunity district, because quite frankly, that's where the bulk of the votes come from. There are other neighborhoods that have a higher Hispanic or have Hispanic population, but not necessarily where the Hispanic vote is driven from.
So for clarity, you're saying Rosemont would like to move from District 9
Right.
into the new district, District
Right.
11?
And Worth Heights would like to stay. Geographically, you can't make that happen. And you also can't answer the community input that those two neighborhoods have to remain together in an opportunity district to actuate that, to make a meaningful opportunity district. And so they will have to go, to the extent wherever they go, they have to go together.
So either staying in D9, which is what Worth Heights wants, but not what Rosemont wants, or they both move into the new district, and that's not what, okay, I hear what you're saying.
Right. And so we have to, again, pick which compromise we're going to make.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
And I will also, sorry, there's a couple other neighborhoods that, that have been discussed, but we haven't necessarily heard from. There's the Shaw Clark neighborhood and in JMSL, which, did you, is that what you're highlighting for me, Michelle? Yeah, Shaw Clark. So the Shaw Clark neighborhood is one that's in rapid transition, and they're in the process of redeveloping or reestablishing their neighborhood association. And with discussions with their leaders as well, I think they're more appropriate for D9 because of the rate of transition that we're seeing in that neighborhood.
Okay.
And then there's South Hemphill Heights that, as said, they would like to remain in District 9. However, the importance of creating a Hispanic opportunity district outweighs.
They're wanting to stay in 9?
They are willing to go to the new district in the attempt to create a meaningful Latino opportunity district.
Okay.
South Hemphill Heights, yes, it is.
I thought I knew where that was. Where's?
And I would just like to add, this is not a meeting for public comment or public input. We had that last night.
So real quickly, Michelle, are you struggling with what neighborhood that is?
Correct.
Okay, let's help her identify that so we can zoom in really quickly. Do you mind helping, Elizabeth? Thank you.
So go to Shaw Clark. Okay, and then.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Sorry. Gotcha.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, so that's your neighborhood you're referring to, Elizabeth, correct?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd also point out that it will still be a majority-minority district. District 9 will be with Hispanic population at 40, VAP at 42, overall Hispanic at 47.
But it won't put the neighborhoods that have
Understand.
said that they want to be in. I think Worth Heights is the sacrificial lamb in this because they have stated they want to stay in D9.
Yeah.
But because of geography, you can't get them in, you can't separate them from the neighborhoods that have said they would prefer, they want to be part of the new district.
My point is it's still majority-minority areas. That's a win.
Go ahead. Jean.
Thank you.
I can speak for myself, Jared, thank you.
I want to thank Councilmember Beck for the clarity, because when we're talking at this table, we're talking to each other, but also the public. And so being able to describe neighborhoods specifically helps people understand what we're doing. At the end of this process, I do want us to come back to the recommendations from the task force and see how whatever map we come up with trues up against that, because the task force feels lost in this discussion. I also, to reference what we stated in exec session, it's important that the public knows that even though we have been very open in taking in their comments, I think it created a sense of false security that what they demanded at the microphone is what we're going to deliver. That may not be the case, because we do not want to just walk into a lawsuit and lose control of our process ourselves. And so it's important to me that we use common sense, be civil to each other. We've had some very heated discussions, but at the end of the day, common sense has to play a role. And so if there are neighborhoods that we have natural boundaries to lean on for Old Handling and Handling in my case, Echo Heights in my case, those are neighborhoods that I am willing to see there's a better affinity somewhere else. And so we have to give, we have to take, but we have to use common sense. But also, the public has to understand that just because you show up with 100 people saying the same thing doesn't mean that we ignore what that task force told us in the very beginning, and the counsel that we have from the lawyers who we hired to give us advice to keep us from getting sued. And so those are my remarks right now.
Thank you, Gina. Is there any other discussion or comment we want on neighborhoods or issues with this map? Because what I want to do is go to map V4 Horseshoe as amended. Go ahead, Carlos. This map does put Panther Island back in D2.
Zoom in on the north eastern top of District 2, please. I can't read it from here. That's Basswood, it looks like, right?
Basswood is right here, correct.
Pan over to the west, around approximately the same location. Okay. Because I can't read it from here. What's that boundary, see? Boaz? Okay. And from north-south, zoom in a little bit so I can discern the streets.
About where it divides 7 and 2.
Yeah.
What road is that right there?
Bob
7 and 2.
Hanger? Bob.
Okay.
Any questions related to
All
that?
right. No, just wanted to be sure.
Okay.
I was looking at it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then I think.
And did I say Panther Island stays in 2?
I said that too, yeah, it does go back in 2, correct. Okay, then let's go to the V4 Horseshoe as amended.
So this is the version that I received half hour ago.
Thank you.
Little part about it.
So these are, Michelle described that. So right now, what I have in front of me is a map from 3/10/22, but you're saying you've gotten some new amendments that make it relevant today. Okay,
Who submitted those amendments?
was it Councilmember Flores, is that correct?
These amendments were based on what we heard last night.
Okay.
Calls given to me, prefacing some of those, suggested amendments that we heard.
Okay,
They were incorporated yesterday. That's when we talked to staff about when they could be posted.
okay.
And that's the time that we were told
So
that.
that's helpful. So what we may need to do, I'm going to do this to keep us on track here. When we had map 4 Horseshoe before, there were some issues related to communities of interest. They may have been fixed, but I'm going to go through them. Anybody else can add to, but I think we need to get these on the record to make sure we've remedied as many as we can, okay? The first was a displacement of Riverside. Can we look at Riverside?
Bonnie Bray is in Riverside now, the Alliance.
We're looking at a completely new map that was not worked with any other council members.
We're looking at really Horseshoe V4 as amended that you have in your packet, with the exception of some additional amendments. We'll get to those. But I'm articulating communities of interest that were split, that we need to see if they were remedied at all in the amendment process.
So we're
So
starting
this
with this
map,
map, just the,
Map
okay.
V4, Horseshoe as amended, it says 3/10/2022. It's not exactly like this because there have been amendments now.
Got it.
And Michelle may have to help us in a minute figure out what those are. So let's look at Riverside first.
And if you could just step us through those changes so that it's clear to everybody, Michelle, if you don't mind.
And most of the speakers last night who asked for revisions to map V4 Horseshoe focused on Polly, on Bonnie Bray, and on Lake Arlington. Those are the neighborhoods that were cited by most of the speakers who recommended revisions to map V4 Horseshoe. Now, there were other speakers who favored other revisions to map B4 Horseshoe, but the largest number by far favored revisions pertaining to those three neighborhoods.
Thank you. So is Riverside back intact in this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, anybody disagree with that? Great. What about Hallmark, Camelot, Highland Trace area?
Put that in the map so everyone can see it.
Too far. Yes, it's intact in District 8.
Okay, thank you. Oak Ridge Terrace.
This one? Yep.
It's in D8, and that's where they need to be, or they've asked to be, correct, Chris?
They're currently, yes.
Okay, thank you. South Hemp Hill Heights, we just talked about that, but
They're in the new District 10.
Can you zoom in, or just tell me what street that is that's coming down, creating that line?
So it's the railroad track.
And then over to Granbury Road, is that? It is.
Henderson is the line between Shaw Clark and Hemphill Heights.
Okay,
And Shaw Clark is divided amongst D10 and D9.
And that's Our Lady Victory, is that correct? Where that block is,
yes.
which they would
so
mention
we're,
last night.
so we're splitting this neighborhood?
That's correct.
Great. Can you just scroll down since we're cutting into neighborhoods? Can you go west? Yeah, and is that James or McCart? I'm sorry, I'm not great at orienting myself.
Is Biddison,
No, I'm sorry, the western
McCart.
McCart, and then it goes down to McCart to where? Seminary.
Seminary.
And then over to James
Yep.
and stops at,
That's Felix, just north of Bob Boland.
so it cuts Rosemont, it cuts Shaw Clark.
So
Are
for the
there any-
record, be more specific, Elizabeth, you're concerned about the splitting of Shaw Clark, and you're concerned about Rosemont, correct?
Right, we heard very clearly last night that Rosemont did not want to be split up, so here we go.
What's the dividing line there again? Sorry, Michelle.
That's McCart,
McCart splits Rosemont.
correct? Are there any other neighborhoods that are split up, please? Just so I can,
Okay, so I'm going to keep going on my, this is helpful.
Thank
I'm going
you.
to keep going on my list here. So Shaw Clark, we just hit on. We talked about Rosemont. Thank you for that. What about Hanley? And Gina just got up, so, but based on what she said, there's a dividing line that makes sense to her based on the railroad track, correct? So while it's
Based on
split,
Loop 20.
based on Loop 20, okay. She's okay with, yeah, and she's gotten feedback too. Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to keep going, then we'll do council roundtable.
Okay, just,
No, just a second, I'm going to keep going, then we'll come back to that. It does not keep Ridgemar in District 3. Is that correct, or did they fix that?
It looks like that's resolved.
It's resolved?
Michelle,
And to be clear about that, Ridgemar wanted to stay part of the Ridgely Alliance.
Yes.
and I'm sorry to go back to District 9, but what is the dividing line? It comes down the railroad track on, no, go up, yeah. What was that again? What? No, it turns.
Which one?
That's the railroad track that we're, okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
Okay, so so Ridgemar is no longer an issue. What about Worth Heights and 9
Worth Heights is in the new
is
district.
in the new district? Okay, well, we talked about that issue. And then what about the issues related to Lake Arlington and District 5?
Lake Arlington is all in District 5.
Okay, thank you. Any other issues?
I do.
Go ahead, Michael, and then
Can you
DeCarlos.
Go to the western boundary of, so we've talked about the north of 30 right there is all Chapel Creek. So all of their issues stem from that bridge and everything else. So they need to figure out, they need to be represented by one person.
So Chapel Creek, not in 7, is a problem.
Yes, right at that boundary. All of that is that bridge right there. So it either needs to all go in 3 all the way up to White Settlement, or it needs to go all into 7.
Because of transportation issues? Okay, thank you.
To that point, I heard two different things. I've heard not in 3, and I've heard not in District 7. So the purpose of that split was to try to mitigate those things. But either way, if it goes into 7, can be done, it's easy, or in 3, I just need to have definition.
I have no interest into this map.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to talk about neighborhood issues on this one? Gina, the only thing you missed, I think we'll go back to, is Hanley. You got it. You got the update. Okay, just making sure. Let's go over there to Hanley.
Old Hanley is out. The rest of Hanley is in.
Okay. Somebody asked a question. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Wedgewood?
Wedgewood, thank you. Wedgewood is all intact
It's all in District
in
9.
D9. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else have any other questions on this map?
Okay. Maddie, I just
Go
want.
ahead, Carlos.
Okay. With the number of amendment requests we received yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I submitted to Michelle, and she has them up there, revisions that cover some of these things that we've already done.
Okay.
For example, there is a version that she has where Chapel Creek's in D7, okay? And Shaw Clark is in D9, okay, with the exception of the convent, and, which is in the new district, right, OLV. There is another one that revises and addresses the Poly area, right? And then, again, Chapel Creek in District 7, Poly's in the new district, Shaw Clark in D9, with the exception of Our Lady of Victory, which is in the district. So.
What, can we go to,
One of them does already resolve the Rosemont issue.
what do you mean one of them?
One of these versions that has,
What, we got to go with this version though. Like, I'm sorry.
what I'm trying to tell you is that I can't pull up Esri right now on my iPad.
Okay.
I can't look at it.
Okay. So what we're not going to do amendments until we've narrowed down to a compromise map, but I heard we could make some changes. You mentioned Poly. Can we go to that, Chris, and help us out here if there are issues related to the Poly neighborhood in this map?
It takes all of Poly in this map. Yeah, it takes.
So zoom us in, Michelle, please.
Yeah. I will.
So all of Texas Wesleyan,
All of
all that
Texas.
area goes into, yeah, D10.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to summarize, we've had a lot of public comment, and I know we heard last night about some people like the idea of Poly being in the district, but we've also heard from a lot of neighborhood folks that want Poly to remain in District 8.
PEB.
Yeah.
PEB wants to remain in District 8, and that's kind of how we.
Who is PEB for the record?
So Shirley Bryant and her neighborhood association.
Okay.
Who has been vocal in city elections and vocal just in the community, and have gotten response in District 8. There has been residents in close to Texas Westland that want to remain in 8, and that's kind of how we drew the map to hear those communities as well. And so just last night, we heard from other communities saying, put all of Poly in a new district. And I have always supported making sure that we get another Latino district. But we got to make sure that it's not on the backs of any other race, especially the Black race.
Okay. So here's where I feel like we are. We're looking currently, feels like some consensus around two potential maps, which is the compromise map between Moon and Nettles, version 3, as amended as of 3/22. There is no horseshoe. As a Latino Hispanic district of 54%, we can get into the debate. I'm just trying to summarize here. So it does create the new Hispanic Opportunity District. Maybe it's not everything everybody wanted. There didn't appear when we went through this map, but please interject, any communities of interest that were going to be split in this version. Am I correct on that? Are there any communities of interest in this version 3 amended map with no horseshoe that are still split that are concerning to council members? The only issue I remember hearing that we did not resolve was related to Clark Road in Crowley ISD in District 6 and 8.
Is Rosemont split on this one?
It is not split, but it stays a 9, which we know the issue there is Worth Heights gets to stay where they want, but Rosemont stays a 9. They were interested in the new district. We can't separate the two of them. But that's where they are in this map. So that's this map, okay? Any other issues, communities of interest in this map that we're not talking about? Mike, your
Sorry,
mic.
I just want to look at that. What's that? What's the street just below Westover? What's that split street? I think it's where it's split.
Archman?
Yeah, okay. I think that's where it's split now. So
You're just making sure?
I just want to make sure Leonard's District 6, yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, West Byers is intact.
Okay,
Okay.
I think technically we can
because that's a
go down
neighborhood
to
or
the
a little,
highway
yeah, West
without
Byers is-
issue. There doesn't seem to be a lot of population there.
A small adjustment to get all of it. Okay.
It's intact, but we can just go to the highway, which would make sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other CIS issues we want to talk about in this one? Communities of interest issues? No? Okay. So,
Of course.
Wedgewood's not intact in this one. The bottom left, that's Wedgewood Square, and then go to the left of that neighborhood, that one where your info is. Nope, a little bit over to the
zoom in just a little bit.
southwest. That's Wedgewood also.
To the west?
So there's Wedgewood South, and then there's Wedgewood right there where your info is. Nope, right above that. That one,
I don't have that as my neighborhood. Let me go back. Gotcha.
yep.
Okay. So Wedgewood is not all intact. You've got two separations between, which again, for the record,
And it can all go in 6.
what's that?
It can all go in 6. Wedgewood.
It fits to go in 6. So I'm just summarizing issues. If we want to fix it, to put it in a district, it sounds like it would make sense to put it all in 6. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not going to make amendments yet, but that makes sense to me. Okay. Any other issues? So that is version 3 compromise map as of yesterday. Now I want Michelle to pull up the V4 horseshoe as amended, because we're really dealing with trying to build consensus around one of those two maps, correct, council? Anybody disagree with me on that? We're trying to build consensus between one of two maps, which is the map we were just looking at, version 3 compromise as of yesterday, and the version 4 horseshoe as amended and amended. No, these two maps. What's the other map you're talking about? We're looking right now at the new horseshoe map, but the one we were just looking at is the compromise map between you and Chris. That's what we're dealing with.
I don't know, I may be wrong, but I don't think there is no consensus on map 4. I mean, we just saw it 30 seconds ago.
I'm just saying, that may be true. I'm just simply saying,
we
it
haven't
feels like
said
we've
we're going
started to
back.
narrow it down to
Right.
these two maps.
Right.
So that's where I am.
Okay.
So I'm visual, it helped me. I ripped apart the presentation and I'm looking at two maps, right? For us to build some consensus around. Okay. So a few things that we have to decide around this table is which map we want to move forward with for a resolution next week. And it feels like the biggest consideration we have to make is whether we want to pursue a horseshoe in the new D10 or not. There are issues you could point out in both of them, but that's what I need guidance on from this council. And then we can amend a map based on some of these smaller issues that have been raised today to get us where we need to be. But I can't do amendments on two maps at the same time. So let's build some consensus. Huh? Yeah, we're comparing that one, yeah. So is there consensus to pursue amendments and make V4 horseshoe as amended as of today our consensus map on this council? We're not really voting, you can tell me what you think. Go ahead, Jared.
I think we can work backwards from V4.
From V4 horseshoe, so you're,
rather-
okay.
Which V4 horseshoe, the one that we got 30
Either
minutes
one of them,
ago?
I think we can
That
work
Carlos
from.
was mad earlier that we submitted past
Okay,
6
point
o'clock.
taken, point taken.
No, so let me clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
That's well received. The two map V4 horseshoes that we saw today, I think we can work backwards easier from that based on what neighborhood input has been so far.
Rather than the
Rather
other
than
map,
starting.
the non-horseshoe. Okay,
But I have a question.
go ahead, Gina.
Now, the horseshoe that we're looking at now, is that the one that Carlos most recently submitted?
Yes, ma'am. It's the most recent one.
Okay. I know all that, but I'm just trying to figure out how to keep these puppies in a basket.
I guess my preference would be that
We have no deadline.
it sounds like, I just want to correct me if I'm wrong, but the desire is to have a discussion between horseshoe and non-horseshoe.
Yes.
And so before we can get to that meaningful discussion, we have to pick which horseshoe we're going to discuss. Because
And I think, yeah,
there's the horseshoe that we were presented with today, and then there was the horseshoe that the horseshoe that was on this slide presentation and that we have in here, and then there's the horseshoe that we just got. And I'm willing to debate the merits of either. I think we just need to pick a horseshoe to discuss and a non-horseshoe to discuss.
I agree. And I think I'm just throwing this out there. It felt like there were less amendments to make to this V4 horseshoe than the V3 horseshoe, because we went through that. Crowley ISD, Hospital District, Southside Overlay, Rosemont Together, a lot of those things had been fixed in the V4 horseshoe. So I'm trying to keep amendments minimal. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me. But that's where it felt like.
So
Go ahead.
if we're picking a horseshoe to discuss, I'm certainly not pleased at the process that we received this horseshoe. I don't think it's fair to council or citizens to do that, particularly in light of raising concerns about when previous maps were submitted last night. I'm willing to overlook that. And there are, I think, some definite changes for at least for District 9 that would need to be made to this particular horseshoe. I think it does get us closer to what the community asked for. And so it would be my preference to go, if we're going to discuss a horseshoe, to debate between a horseshoe and a non-horseshoe. I think that this horseshoe should be the one that we start with, that we compare against the non-horseshoe. That would be my preference.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, I completely disagree with that. One, I don't even know what all this is over here on the right-hand side. I mean, I think it's distasteful, nasty, disrespectful that we come together and we try to work on a compromise and an agreement. And I would like to say publicly to my wife, I apologize for spending 3 hours at City Hall working on a map on our anniversary because I thought I was compromising with the city of Fort Worth representative. And to get this crap presented to me 30 seconds ago is a mess. And I cannot support this. I don't know can you go scroll in? Yes. Because there's a lot of amendments that I would like to see. So you completely disarray Poly and put it in a new district. And then what is this dividing line that takes me all the way to give me the District 8. I think those are all the Parker Henderson, Village Creek apartment complexes. This is a mess. And I think the city of Fort Worth have to do a better job in being transparent. I said we was being transparent, but this is not transparent. And I'm not gonna support, I mean, if this is the horseshoe that we're gonna submit, I will not support this horseshoe. Because this is, Carlos didn't draw this map, Pablo drew this map. Older gentleman that lives in Meadowbrook, he does not determine the lines of Fort Worth. I'm gonna say it once and let me say it again. The guy that drew this map lives in Meadowbrook. Carlos didn't draw this map. Carlos don't know how to draw the maps. The guy drew this map. He lives in Meadowbrook, and he does not determine the lines of Fort Worth.
Mayor, I got to respond to that. Chris, I appreciate you taking the time on Sunday, and I told you that more than once in coming together. You know, I sent messages, you know, to you and Elizabeth to meet. As soon as we got back from Washington, we did, and I appreciate that. And we try to work in, listen to me, please, don't be dismissive. And we try to work in good faith, okay? And we made some progress, okay? The amendments to this map, we heard from the public testimony last night. There's only so much time between last night and this morning, okay? And I've said this before in the past. First, I am adept at using Esri, but I've chosen not to draw a map myself only. Why? Because I'm trying to be respectful of the public process. The man that you refer to is Pablo Calderon, and his name has come up multiple times. He has drawn these maps with input from community members, from myself, and he and I have sat down and had map drawing sessions, okay? But I defer to him mostly to do these. Why? He is the original author of Map X, the very same map that was submitted by the Redistricting Committee or the task force. I wanted to keep as, let me finish, please. I wanted to keep as close as possible to it. Now, whether we work from one map or another, you know, so that I'm clear, I support working from V4 Horseshoe for the reasons that we overheard overwhelmingly in the public session, that there were 3 reoccurring requests for amendments. And between then and now is what we were trying to get in. I wish we had more time, but our schedule is the schedule, and I can't change that. And again, to be fair, you know, and I'm not bringing it up, but just to be fair, it isn't without precedent that we've had last-minute changes to maps, you know, before submitted. We're all under a time crunch, and we're trying to work. So again, you know, we need to choose, and I agree with what's been said. We need to choose a horseshoe map, and we need to choose a non-horseshoe map and try to work from them.
Sure.
In my opinion, V4 Horseshoe has the least amount of steps to get there.
Can I ask a
Carlos,
question?
Let me do this real quickly. I'm gonna give you my consensus on where I am right now. I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this V4 horseshoe map. There are some things that feel too difficult to amend, and I could be wrong, and y'all can tell me I'm wrong. If we go with V4 horseshoe to try to get to the threshold we've all been discussing related to Hispanic Opportunity District, you have split Poly, and you have pitted the African-American community against the Hispanic community in Poly. That's my assessment and hearing from a lot of community members. You've also still split Rosemont to get to the numbers, and they have been emphatic about not being split. And then we still have the issue with Shaw Clark, which we can fix that one. That's a little easier to fix. But I cannot support the split of Rosemont to get to those numbers or the Poly split out of D8. That's my consensus. So I cannot support V4 horseshoe the way it is right now. Go ahead, Jared.
Mayor, I just want to clarify, I honor that. On here, Poly is all in District 10, so it's not quite split. It's a matter of which district does it go in. And then Rosemont, everything east of McCart is the business district. We have that on record that we've talked about. That Las Familias de Rosemont doesn't include that. So the Rosemont we're talking about is Las Familias. We're not talking about the Rosemont that's in this system.
That shape right there is a shape file that used to be the Rosemont district. What you see in blue in that shape file, but Las Familias de Rosemont changed the boundary when they reestablished that neighborhood association. So to sit here and say that that is not, in fact, that neighborhood association ignores the history of that neighborhood association and ignores the boundaries that the Rosemont Neighborhood Association identified with the city. And so it is very disingenuous to say, this was part of us then, and we wanted it, but now we are willing to throw it away. And so we have heard Rosemont, they want to be together. To come in and say that that's not part of it now makes me question
Let me
motives.
clarify that, please. And I apologize if the intent came off as disingenuous. What I was, okay.
Not by you.
Yeah. All I was saying was that Las Familias and then the Rosemont zone that's in the shape file are two different things, but that, I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Everything west of McCart is Seminary Campus, Rosemont, what used to be Rosemont Sixth Grade Center and warehouses. And it's not the residential portion that we hear a lot from.
I'd like to see us work from the mayor's perspective that was just stated. I think if we do that, we'll get somewhere. We can't be here all day.
And just to clarify, we've heard this before in our work sessions. The leadership at Rosemont has said that they understand and are okay with that split. That split constitutes 7% of that area. And as Jared Williams said, it is an industrial area. Now, it is true that they've expressed they want to be all together in a district, but not just any district. What's been expressed to me and others is the new district.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the bigger issue, we can talk about Rosemont and 7% is Poly to me. It's pretty much not solvable. To create a horseshoe and the numbers you want to create. It's just not.
The map that Carlos presented was the poly piece that Chris Nettles was talking about.
And takes it out of 8 and puts it in the new district.
No. The map before, so.
Well, we got to go with this map, though.
The one that's in our packet.
Yeah.
If we made an amendment going from this map to get there, it could get there with the population work. And that's all I'm saying, because this map shows it.
Echo Gina's comments that we follow the mayor's direction where we were going and just seeing if there's enough consensus to push this horseshoe map forward. For me, my concern is as I stated earlier, at the macro level, the larger consequences of the city being able to prove that this district was not drawn in order to defend a lawsuit based on the redistricting, that we did not draw this based on racial guidelines. And I believe wholeheartedly we will lose that. I understand the arguments. I'm just saying, let's go around the table and let's put a consensus together on which map to move forward with. And stop the back and forth. Just each council member speak one time and which map you want and go from there.
One question. So it seems like when you ticked off the benefits and features of map 3 amended, there wasn't much resistance around the table. We were checking a lot of the boxes. There's more resistance, certainly, and controversy to 4. And I'm just asking the question why that is. And were people voicing, or were folks being quiet on version 3 for some reason? It's just a question.
And I heard in Councilmember Beck express an interest in a horseshoe map, and I heard Jared do the same, and I've heard Carlos do that. So that is 3 of us that have said we're interested in pursuing a horseshoe version. Is anybody else interested in that? Yes. The 3 of you are the only ones I've heard express anything. So if it's just 3, then it feels like, let's go to version 3 as amended with no horseshoe. Is there consensus to use that map as our go forward on the resolution?
Just for-
Carrie's going to go first.
I would support that, as I spoke earlier, at the larger level, from being able to defend this legally.
Michael.
It still meets the goal of creating a second Hispanic district.
I'll say I'm in favor of creating a second Hispanic Opportunity District, however we get there.
Okay.
That's what's on.
And let's be clear, both of these maps do that. Go ahead, Jared.
I'll just say for the record that I support a horseshoe because I believe that's the only way we get to a strong Latino Opportunity District, and it honors the voices that we've heard throughout this process from our neighbors in our neighborhoods. So I'm not in support of anything other than a horseshoe.
I am not in support of a horseshoe, just based on the numbers around this table.
Thank you. Leonard.
I'm not in support of the horseshoe.
Chris.
I will only support the version 3 horseshoe.
So not this version 4 horseshoe.
I'm not in support of version 4 horseshoe at all.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
There's been a lot of discussion about who represents who in this city, and it's gotten real personal. And that's unfortunate, because the truth is, if Elizabeth Beck did not care about a second minority, specifically Latina opportunity district, we would have had a map a month ago. Because if it were about me personally, I was golden in the map that Carrie Moon produced. And we could have had 5 votes, and we could have rolled out, but we didn't. And I have not come this far and fought, despite what you have heard in public comment, or what the sentiment has been because of the color of my skin. I have fought, and I will not come this far and stop fighting. The horseshoe map impacts District 9 the most. And if we're being candid, the horseshoe map makes a re-election for me personally much more difficult. I have slept on it. I put my heart on it. And I truly believe it is what is best for our city, is to listen to what we have heard and to create a meaningful opportunity district, one that gives Southside residents, I won't even say Southside residents because I don't think that's fair. I think it gives our city something that they've been fighting for a long time. And so I would hope that we could get to a horseshoe map that gives us a meaningful Hispanic opportunity district.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Go ahead, Carlos.
Hearing what my fellow council members have said, take that into account. Yes, we've all worked, very hard to try to get to this point. It's been stressful on all of us. It's not lost on any of us, I think. I am not, nor should we be concerned as a council in any extensive way as to what happens after we finish our map drawing. That is not in our court, and I use that as a pun because it is for the courts to decide. Our charge is to try to draw the best maps possible and try to abide by what we're hearing from COIs, abide from the Voting Rights Act, and that's what we're trying to do. The horseshoe feature has the potential of being able to connect like communities that share socioeconomic characteristics, as well as other interests. That is upheld in the law. That is shown in the case law. Horseshoe is a device used to connect them, period. That's it. And I've already talked about what shapes you can discern by looking at each individual district. They're all weird in their own way, so we should not get fixated on that. What I'm saying is that I support, a horseshoe map. My preference is to go V4 horseshoe and abide by the amendments that we heard last night overwhelmingly from public comment. And again, CVAP, in my opinion, it's not, and I'm not alone on this, is an important factor to consider. And only a horseshoe map has the potential to achieve that necessary number.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Everybody's spoken to, their sentiment. Whoever wants the last word can take it, but I see 3 supporting the horseshoe map, which is not a majority of our council.
And I know there's a lot of emotion about this. I do hate that we aren't excited, because this is exciting. I mean, you're adding 2 districts in the city of Fort Worth, one in the north and one in the south, and it is a Hispanic opportunity district, whichever way we go. And the reason I've arrived at pursuing this version without a horseshoe is not without a lot of thought. My job is to listen to all of you and all of your districts and the things you've expressed over the last several months, and a lot of public comment, not just last night. And we have to weigh, yes, we have to weigh potential legal challenges. We have to weigh neighborhood interests. And I just simply cannot forget some of the commentary. And Chris, you've done an excellent job channeling the East Rosedale progress they've had, the Poly area. I worked really hard alongside your predecessor to help her in the Texas Wesleyan area. And that's the big deciding factor for me today. And I am excited. I think you're going to see a fellow Hispanic member of this community sitting alongside us at our new city hall in a year from now. And I hope it is a female. I hope it is a Latina to represent this new district. And I have a lot of confidence we can get there. And yes, CVAP matters, but it is not the only factor. And I think the way this map is drawn, and we may need to make some amendments to it, makes the most sense. So that's where my heart is today, is to support this without a horseshoe.
I support that map as well.
Okay. Michael?
I can support this too. I do want to make a comment. As part of, you mentioned about we listen to the community. Como is in all the maps, but here I want to point out is drawn into 6 because they'd like to be part of a minority opportunity district.
Thank you. Thank you. Carrie?
I do as well, and as we pointed out, as Michael just pointed out, I mean, I don't know what the process is for council members to engage staff and say, correct this block here, correct that block there. I think there's a little bit more time needs to be spent, but
Yeah.
I think we should all be open to that, given where we are at this point.
And there were a few uses, including Woodhaven, that was an issue that was articulated.
Just little things like that as
Yeah.
we move forward to the next step.
Go ahead, Jared.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say I don't support this map. I think the horseshoe, we could have made the amendments, and I'm a little sad today that the strongest map from the data and the priorities that we said didn't win out. So I'll also be voting no when this goes to a resolution.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay. In short, I don't support this map. Again, if you're throwing out only part of the bathwater, you should throw it all out. Como's still there. It looks like a balloon on a string. Okay? I mean, if you want to start fixating on appearances and question them like that and start worrying about what's going to happen, legally speaking later, why is that okay? And the horseshoe isn't. Not supporting this map. And because, again, for the aforementioned reasons, the horseshoe map is stronger in the criteria that has been used before in courts.
I think that's a valid point that Councilman Flores brings up, and I want to speak to that, in that I don't think that this map, that Como will hold up if challenged. The difference is Como can be absorbed into 3 or 9 with not a change to the overall 10 districts if a judge rules not in our favor. Whereas the horseshoe, if that when that's challenged, if that were, it would change all the district, the overall map. That's really just between Como, in my opinion.
Jared and then Gina and then Leonard.
I would just say this map, even more than Como, and I think Como should be in 6. I'll just say that on the record because I want to honor all of the community interests that we've heard from. Wedgewood is split, Clark Road is not in 6. There's a number of other issues related to District 6, so.
Gina?
Mayor, I think we're going around the table just expressing if we are up or down on this map. I don't like the bickering back and forth, point for point. This is not a counterpart debate. We've got to grow up at this table and make a decision.
Yep.
And I'm not going to be here all day. And the longer we stay, the more unorganized we look. And so let's get to the bottom of this, get it done, up or down.
Yeah. Well, I think we're there. We've got consensus around moving forward this map. I think our other council members that have expressed disinterest and their feelings very strongly are 3 of them, and they've done that with the horseshoe. Understood.
And I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not want to see another version, another amendment that's not done with the body as a whole engaged in that. I don't want to see any more overnight maps, overnight amendments. We have got to play fair with each other and respectful. And so please announce some type of cutoff as to when we're going to continue submitting or not. I think we're done. But if we're not, it has to involve all of us and not just someone coming in at 10 o'clock for a 10:30 meeting. I really need clarity on that.
Thank you, Gina. Leonard?
I'm in support of it.
Okay. Chris, you were going to say something?
I was going to say something, but then Gina said not to go back and forth. So Mayor Pro Tem, I am supporting this map. I will agree. I don't think we need to make any more changes to it. And if we do, we need to come together. And I don't think we have enough opportunity to do that.
Jared, will you say something? Sorry, you're moving around. Okay. So looks like we have a consensus map to go forward for resolution on Tuesday of next week. The bigger question is, do we want to try to get Michelle any of the amendments? The ones I've heard that were concerned related to Woodhaven not being all in one district. Shaw Clark was an issue, as well as Clark Road and the Crowley area were 3 issues articulated. Is the body wanting to make those changes right now? Are you wanting to come back? Are we wanting to just pursue the map as is?
Changes to this map? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I have one question. It's for Michelle. Show Polly in that map.
Is it?
So, split.
Yeah, it's split in here.
Okay, so.
But in the other, but majority of it is in District 8. In the other map, it is completely drawn out of District 8.
Okay.
And if you want to, you can amend that and make that go.
Well, that's why I'm asking to clarify, because I thought I saw it that way, and I just wanted to see it up in the map and get your input on that. So.
Think that next Tuesday's a full day, but I think given the changes to our calendar this week, I think did we have success putting a work session or executive session prior to our council meeting next Tuesday?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah,
They're looking at it.
We're having exec at 9.
Okay.
And then council at 10. And then if we're not done with exec, we'll come back into exec after that. And then you've got corporation meetings after that.
Okay, so cancel the corporation meetings? Okay, I'm just kidding. There are small tweaks in here that I think we
Need to make?
We've come this far. Let's, we all got to just put our best foot forward and try to make the best map based on this. Little block changes like this are acceptable. They're just minor changes. We go forward and try to make some small things that are better for our own districts and the community and forth as a whole.
Carrie,
We've got time to do that.
As far as COIs are concerned.
Does that, Carrie, just to get clarification on what you're saying, so that, where does that put neighborhoods like Clark Road? Clark Road, can we make those changes, or are y'all saying no to that?
Make it, yeah, absolutely. The thing is timing, though, so if we're going to have this as a vote on Tuesday, agenda posts on 5 o'clock on Thursday, so we have to do it now. Sorry.
Well, I like to see us fix Clark Road You'd
Okay.
probably have to take Meadow Creek to get there.
I mean, Chris?
It's ridiculous. It is. All Jerry wants is the North Crowley Stadium that they're building, and that's stupid. It's stupid. And if you take all of Meadow Creek, if you do, she's gonna say, when you take all of Meadow Creek, it's gonna take the population under probably almost 1,000. And so then we're gonna have to go get population somewhere else. So then we have to go to Poly, pick up that population. When we pick up that population, we dilute the Hispanic Opportunity District from 54% to down to 52%. But if Jerry Williams wants Clark Road so bad and dilute the Hispanic population that he's fighting for on the horseshoe map, let's do it. He got Como, let's also, and then we also took Wedgwood out of his district as well to help him with the black vote. So let's
is not
put it all
true.
out on the table.
That is not true.
That is true, Jerry.
That is not
You're
true.
not gonna sit at this table
I
and lie.
Mayor, can
That
I?
is true. And so let's make these changes. And so once we make these changes, matter of fact, let's make that change. Let's put all of Wedgwood back in
I
District
agree.
6.
I
You
agree.
agree with that? Great.
Yep.
And
And
then I'm gonna let me finish. It was my opportunity. Carrie asked me to talk. So, because I was just sitting quietly. You don't have to look back there. You sitting here. Okay. Okay. I don't need anybody's support right now. I got the support of the community. So when we make these changes, we're gonna have to go and cut up Poly. Somebody take back Poly. And so that's gonna dilute the Hispanic vote. And so I want to be clear on that. So if you would take all of that, Michelle, from that line out, and put it in District 6.
As you're doing that, can I ask a question? Go ahead, Jared. Go ahead.
First of all, since I got brought up in this conversation, I fundamentally live by the value, a tree by the fruit that it bears. And this whole process, I've been consistent. Yes, I would love Wedgwood in District 6. Yes, I would love Clark Road in District 6, not because I asked for it, but because we have on record that the community asked for it. When I told Chris Nettles about Clark Road, he said, well, I want some of the development too. I'd love to split the Crowley ISD portion. When I brought up Texas Westland, he said that's a non-starter because there's a lot of great development happening around Texas Westland. When I brought up several other areas to Chris Nettles, all he talked about was development. And so I've been very consistent on the record, and I'm gonna just leave it at that, but I won't allow somebody to attack my integrity when it's not true.
What did that do to populations?
They're within tolerance. The specifics are,
It's possible.
Does it create the issues that
Wedgwood's
Chris was
challenge, Clark is,
possible?
Chris given Clark is possible. Because it's not just, south of Clark Road that you're trying to get, which is where they're putting the new Crowley High School stadium.
Yeah.
Or Crowley ISD building and stadium, I guess.
yeah, to just give Clark Road is within tolerance. To go farther down, let's see.
Fun fact, David Parker grew up on Clark
I
Road.
think that, do y'all want to
So
draw
funny.
it? Do y'all want to, is there another process other than just of council members submitting their own maps to staff? Y'all want to do it here? Okay,
We didn't do it today, of
okay. Can I share? Of
course.
I've been making notes and making changes here, but I guess I'd like to share what I've been. What, let me ask you, it does.
No,
What about,
because
yeah, you got to grab the 22 people.
you were correct.
What about,
There's not.
can we talk about District 5?
Technically, I think there's right away along Risinger that would connect it, but it's not its own block. Because that still doesn't even touch. Because that's a huge block Yeah. The range doesn't.
I've got to go to the restroom, so you're in charge.
Yep. So if we're able to make those adjustments just in the language and not through the app, I think it can be contiguous. No, 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 yes, please. Yes, please. Correct.
So there's no way they can.
That's what I'm saying, if we're dividing,
I thought the mayor was leaving for Tarleton, she's not. It's just a bathroom break, so y'all have freedom.
take
Yeah,
the right
I mean, we
away.
could block if it's a deal breaker.
While we're,
It's not ideal, but
Yeah. 'Cause that's a huge block.
yeah,
And that's the only way that that could happen,
yeah.
unless.
Did you follow her in the bathroom?
security detail.
That we just have to do at the very end.
Thanks to Jeanette, everything is left here.
In the cut,
Correct.
which probably we won't know, actually, we'll just do it.
As I understood from the mayor's remarks, this is your time to offer whatever you want to see changed.
But it'd be simple.
If I misunderstood that from Fernando?
You're correct. I think the task now is to make whatever changes to map V3 dated March 22nd might be appropriate to keep communities of interest intact. And the intent is for those changes to be relatively minor in scope.
Council members Nettles and Williams, council members Nettles and Williams. Gentlemen, take it outside. Okay. In the name of Jesus, you know.
Because all of that's industrial.
Do you guys have any additions to make right now? Because this is the time. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I would ask that, I just, when you're ready, if you could pull up the map I just shared, map X version 80.
Should we look to this map?
Three, what's the what?
What is the S3?
Fort Worth -redistricting.fortworthtexas.gov/redistricting.
What's the name of this map?
Map V3 as amended, 3/23/22. Yep. I can share this as a read-only for council members. Okay. So, split. Oh, I didn't get a name of the census block. Create, review. Block. Block. Right away to connect. District 6. Okay. Hey. It's not there anymore because they took it off because after we stopped people from submitting new maps. So we're. Are you on Teams? Okay. It is. Oh, there it is.
He's got a technical.
Oh, wait, that's maybe not it.
I think Willie did.
He can't find.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what he's.
Gotcha.
She should. It's a distraction.
Let her do this. Let's have IT help.
This should be the, that should be.
Eric will help.
Michelle, just a quick question. You're putting all of Wedgewood in District 6, correct?
I haven't made that adjustment yet.
Okay. I would love to see that too.
So. The comments that Mr. Arnold were talking about is we're going to have to split a census block and take the right-of-way out to connect the two halves of District 6 to give that section to District 6.
That's something technical you have to do behind the scenes, that you're saying. You can't just
Yes,
automatically.
but it's also going to have to be as part of the amendment in the ordinance that this block is split. We're doing the same thing, splitting blocks for Como. We're just going to have to make a note in the new ordinance.
You have anything to add there?
We can make manual revisions that fall outside of what this technology allows us to do. That's,
Okay.
there's nothing wrong with
So in
that.
other words, wasting your time here on that does not help. So move on.
It's just a note for.
Just a note for us. Okay. Okay. So
Okay,
that would
so-
be moving I keep saying Clark Road into 6.
Correct.
Okay, now the bigger issue is Wedgewood.
Wedgewood.
We wanted to try to avoid splitting Wedgewood and putting them all in 6. Okay.
So I know we're going to be over. The question is how much?
Right.
So 1,100 people.
So 9 needs 1,100 people.
Yep.
Okay.
You could move well, I'll let you.
Oh, there's not much. It's not equivalent. So you're saying,
Everything that's blue, that's not currently bordered by that yellow line that you've got there.
Shut up. But it takes like 3 days.
do we want to go south of Alta Mesa? All right, so 6 is still too high. We need, since they're 11% and they can only be 5, so we need to drop another 6% out of 11, out of District 6. So another 5,000-ish?
Is 9 still underpopulated?
Correct. Quail Ridge? 9 needs more. Yeah, 6 needs less and 9 needs more. So, yes. Yes. 102. It'll help the overall, but 9 still needs more. So we can do both. We did. Oh, along the, okay. Yeah, 6 is still 101.
What was that you just moved?
Quail Ridge.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So you wanted to give this to 9?
Did you ask Eric? I don't know. What'd you say? I'm sorry. And if you give it all to 9, what happens?
It's better. Let me go back.
Councilmember Beck, we're looking at Wedgewood and trying to decide, back and forth.
Yep. But it all, yeah, it all depends. Currently, aside from 9, it's 94,788. Mm-hmm. Do we want it? Mm-hmm.
Can we just, I feel like there's a lot of changes here that are going around, that there may be another map that already represents these changes. No, a version of this. It's the same thing. It's these changes that you're asking have already been done in the basis of this map.
So which one do you want to compare?
Version X, map X, version 80.
Version 8?
80.
80.
All these things you're mentioning have already been done. I'm just saying. Okay. With the exception of, so it has the Alta Mesa, it has Clark Road goes south. It keeps Blue Bonnet. There's that, Jared.
So you do come over?
No, it's not. It is. It's not, Chris. It's the version. It's the origin of this right here. I promise it's not. It's go to Polly. It's the changes. The same thing. The changes that she's making here. Hang on a second. Hang on. Yeah. We're not agreeing to another map. These are the changes that y'all are trying to make with Michelle that, yes, you are.
So everything that's hatched is different between version 80 and the map 3 as amended 322. Correct. It's using these to make the revisions to 3. Okay, so to get 9, the more population, it has to come up into District 2. Comparing these two. Wedgewood is all in 9. In today's, yes, but the population isn't there. So we still, a revision still need to be made, yes.
Wedgewood is a large piece of geography, and moving it from one district entirely into another is going to create all kinds of ripple effects. And if your intent is to make minor changes, it's not clear that that's going to be feasible.
I think for me, the reason, and I share the same sentiments as Wedgewood. Wedgewood, their primary preference was to be in District 6. Their secondary was District 9. And the reason being was that they recognized that in order to make the entire map work, because they're on the boundary of 6, they may have to go into District 9. So in this case, I would prefer them to be in District 6.
So, so do we want to look at the other revisions and see if we can come back and clean up these numbers?
Yes.
Okay. So what other revisions did y'all want to see made to today's map? Let me turn. Sorry. This is today's map. Oh, sorry. Neighborhoods. So that's White Lake Hills. So it swaps Eastern Hills. So White Lake Hills is here. The swap would be Eastern Hills for White Lake.
Can we see the numbers on this
Which one?
map right here?
There's two that are overlaid. So let me pull it up so you can see just it.
We're going backwards doing this. We are.
What do all of these changes do to the Hispanic population in the new district? Because we are going through and we are chopping and screwing a whole bunch of stuff. And I think it is important to bring back to this table.
Only go
that
up, not
I
down.
will- I cannot support a single amendment to any map that lowers that particular population. We've thrown out the horseshoe.
I would agree.
And so if these changes do not make District 11 a stronger Hispanic opportunity district,
Then why make 'em?
I don't care about stadiums, I don't care about roads, none of that. At this point, my sole purpose for any change in this map is to get that number of our Hispanic voting age population higher. And if any change to this map moves it down, I will not support it. I don't care whose district what goes into, we're not lowering that number. We have already had a travesty happen today here in what we decided to do with the map, and we will not go backwards.
To Councilwoman Beck's point, that's already dropped in just these two short conversations that we've had about changes. That's a concern.
I mean, I'm saying we're 84 hundredths of a point difference.
I don't care if we're a thousandth of a point lower. We aren't going lower.
Okay, we'll make it towards 54. 54 versus 53.17.
I have a process question. If we remanded this map back to the redistricting task force for them to, there you
I
go,
think
for
that's
them
a
to draw it.
Yeah.
Michelle, tell me what, before we started making changes of this, what was in the new district, the new second Hispanic district, what was the VAP? Because right now, I'm seeing it 54.0, right? What was it before we started?
It started at 54.0%
Yeah,
in
Okay,
the new
all right.
district,
so.
Hispanic voting age population.
Started at 54 and now it's at 54.01. If we
You don't think we'll be able to make Wedgewood change?
this to 11.
Unless we put it all in 9.
And let's put it all in 9, and then we will need to take 4,000 people from 9 to make it work.
How do you do that?
So if we can figure out.
4,000 is a lot of people. That's
Yeah, it
big.
is.
That's huge chunks. That's not a minor change. That is a major change. We said that, this council said that we were going to go with this map and we were going to make minor changes. 4,000 people isn't minor, 4,000 people is major. I hear Wedgewood. Wedgewood is home, it's where I grew up. It's a beautiful neighborhood. But I will say this, and Councilman Nettles brought it up earlier. We have heard, I'm looking at Rick right now, we have heard from Riverside from pre-day one. They were the first community of interest to be identified, and they have organized as a neighborhood, and they have pushed. We have heard from the Hispanic community, South Side, South Side, South Side. They have pushed. We heard last night from Wedgewood. Now, that could be a function of they saw a map that split them, and it got their hairs riled. But Wedgewood is a big population, and moving it into one district or the other is too much. And so, again, I'm going to go back to my definition of compromise. We all have to be willing to step off a little at this table and in the community. And if we're going to spend all day long trying to figure out what we do with Wedgewood, I think it's futile, because we're not making a minor change to this map. We're making a major change, and so we need to have the discussion if it is acceptable to split Wedgewood, and if so, well, you can say no, and Jared, you're swinging for your people, and I respect that. But we have to have that conversation, and it's you as their representative, you know what they look like, where those lines are, who is more connected than the others, which parts of Wedgewood are more interrelated than the others. The same for Riverside. Rick and I had a conversation earlier today about Oakhurst and the potential compromise horseshoe. And I said, where is Riverside on that? And just like Wedgewood, Rick was able to say, listen, when we're talking about all of the Riverside neighborhoods, this one and this one super connected, this one not as connected to this one, but connected to this one, and that's what we need you to do today, Jared.
Yeah, I'll say Wedgewood's primary preference will be in District 6. They have a lot more, in the way this map is drawn, they have a lot more in common with the Candle Ridge, the Meadow Creeks, the Panther Heights, the Clark Roads, than they do with all the neighborhoods like Rosemont, Worth Heights, Shaw Clark, et cetera. So we're disenfranchising Wedgewood by putting them, not disenfranchised, I misspoke. We're putting them in a district that has less in common with their interests than in District 6. So thank you for correcting me on that. I did not want to use that word. I was thinking about that word for another map that we were talking about. But anyways, needless to say, I think Wedgewood should stay in District 6 in this map.
Okay.
At this point, tell me what needs to be done so that we can get this done.
So it sounds like, go ahead, Michelle.
I was trying to find other places, but the crux is that 9 is over and 4 and 6 is under. Giving it to 9, giving it to 6, I'm trying to see a way to get there for the rest of the districts. Because 9 needs to come down. I think it was another 3%. Yeah. And 6 needs to come up. So that would be adjusting this boundary or coming up into 3.
Well, how much does 6 have?
Total is,
87. Well, District 11 has 84,000, so District 6 doesn't have to come up. It's just District 9 has to go down.
Wait, if we give I'm sorry, Chris, I stepped on your toes. If we give all of Wedgewood to District 6, if you could just do that for me real quick,
yes, ma'am.
and then tell us where we are on the population deviations and who is under and who is over. Please. All right.
106,000 people.
All right, so
Jared has
6 is over and 9 is under. I would suggest it'll help shave, yeah. If you'll allow me just to try it. University West, part of it is currently in District 9.
You're gonna have to guide me.
Sure, it's south,
Right there,
right?
Okay.
right there. Over to the left.
Can you turn on the neighborhood? That would be super helpful.
It's right there. Just gotta go down.
No,
So this is University West.
okay. So what happens if we put that in 9? What happens to 3? Yeah, McPherson is the line now. So tell me what we're looking like. District 9 is still under by how many?
District 6 has to go down, so you need to
Okay,
pull from 6,
so,
that piece that we did earlier.
okay, pull the piece that we did earlier, that's Edgecliff. Can we fix McPherson Road should be the border, that's the,
To the west or to the south?
McPherson runs east-west. And so to the south should go to District 3. That's how it is now.
No, up a little bit, right
Yeah,
there.
right there.
Yeah,
There we go.
that gets to 3.
So give McPherson south to 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's how it is now. It's not ideal. Michael, if we needed to do all of it. What do you mean by move what up? Okay, so do you want to do instead of McPherson, it would be Highview Terrace North goes into 3? I'm sorry. So if you could change it from McPherson South to Highview being the north-south, Highview is that road right there? Yes. I'm sorry, that's Park Hill. So Park Hill North goes into 3, Park Hill South goes into 6. I mean, 9, whatever. I don't even know what number I'm in anymore at this point. And then if you'll go to the south. McPherson. Okay, all right. If you'll go south to Edgecliff. Okay, so if can you populate the Wedgewood COI for me, please? All right, the area that is Edgecliff, right there. If it's not, everything east of that yellow line all the way down to whatever road that is. What is that road right there?
Alta Mesa?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's not Alta Mesa. No, that is Alta Mesa.
right there. If you can tell us where we're at.
He's at 101.
Oh, there's a little, little oop-de-doop. If you can tell us where we're at.
He's at 101.
All right, so Jared,
He's at 102. District 6 is at 102,000.
okay,
Okay, you have to go back to that other piece that,
where can you give? Okay, but we're gonna have to give somewhere if we're gonna do this Wedgewood thing, so where?
you can get that short piece that we did earlier, back to 3. Over to the left by the Chisholm Trail.
Elridge.
No, she put it back. Yeah, put it back in 3. But I don't know where else Jared has to say, what else he's willing to give up. That's 101. We gotta get down to 94,
What,
6,000 people.
if we're taking Wedgewood, Jared, where? So what you're saying is that you want Wedgewood,
I have no more amendments.
okay, so then we go back to Chris's map where you don't have Clark Road.
He get Clark Road.
No, the original, because we're making this. What can you give in the south to 8? Is there anything that you can give in the south to 8? We're trying to get there, Jared.
I have
So-
no more amendments.
Okay, so then we'll make the amendments for you.
No, then we just
Okay.
have to split up Wedgewood.
Is there anything that can go into 8 that's down there in the south?
Just split up Wedgewood. I think we just have to split up
Doesn't look
Wedgewood.
to be an actual neighborhood.
So y'all think keeping them together is going to be very problematic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In District 6, it's going to be, because District 6 has 101,000 people. And it needs to go down to 94,007.
Yeah,
So we will need to take from District 6 and either add it to 9 or 8. But Councilman Williams has no more amendments, and we don't want to
and
tear up that district anymore.
for the record, though, Woodhaven currently in the version 3 we were looking at before we tried to move Woodhaven, it was which portion of Woodhaven was in 6 and which was in 9?
Wedgewood, you mean?
Thank you, sorry.
So all of Wedgewood was in District 9, and District 6 had South Wedgewood.
Okay.
Wedgewood South.
Thank you. And they're currently all in 6, correct? Okay.
Correct, right now. So I think there's 3 pieces, if I'm not, so Wedgewood,
So Wedgewood South will be the only one separated.
yes.
Can you go on the mic, sorry?
Wedgewood, the map that was submitted, when we were comparing this versus the horseshoe, this map was version 3, and it did not include Wedgewood South nor part of Wedgewood Square in it. So it split Wedgewood by 2 neighborhoods.
Square, Wedgewood East. Wedgewood South.
No, you mean out of District 6? Because it only split one neighborhood. I mean,
So Wedgewood Square was split, and Wedgewood South was not included.
do you still have the original map up, Michelle?
Yes. Oh, wait. How do I have the same as duplicate?
It's also on our maps here, and you'll see Wedgewood Square in the southwest corner was not included in Wedgewood South. Just south of Alta Mesa was not included in 9.
Can we just do the neighborhoods? Okay.
So Wedgewood Square and Wedgewood East are both in District 9. Wedgewood South is in District 6.
Yeah. See, that piece is not registered. So I know what you're saying, but that piece,
This one?
You see where the info sign is? That neighborhood, yes. Click that.
It's not registered.
That's a part of Wedgewood Square.
Okay.
I went to a neighborhood meeting, and last night on public record, we got a map that showed what Wedgewood is. It's in my bag, and that was included in it.
Okay.
no, I agree. No, it is Wedgewood. It's Wedgewood. But what was just saying, it's not, they didn't, do the register as a neighborhood. So they need to go back and get that registered.
Oh, yeah.
But that is part of Wedgewood.
Okay.
So I don't.
Are there any other revisions or amendments, especially maybe related to the new District 10? We haven't done anything negative to that. Go ahead and Carrie or say something.
I don't feel like the changes we've made are able to reconcile in the diagnostics. So I don't know that we're making progress with this.
And to be clear, to move the Clark Road piece is what you're talking about, because that created a cascade effect.
No, that's not
It's
a major
the-
problem.
It's the
Wedgewood is the problem.
So we can move Clark Road, but you can't move Wedgewood. You got to leave.
And we're spending a lot of time on 6. I feel like there's, 7 other districts that we need to pay attention to here as well.
So to that point, is there anything in this new District 11, which has been the bulk of the conversation in this process, that needs to be adjusted to help increase anything? I'm just making sure before we finish here.
What is our number?
54.04.
We wanted to stay above 54.0.
And 53.75 is not acceptable?
Not going back.
Okay.
Only forward.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I mean, you're on there's other people at the table if they're willing to go down. I don't know, 53.75 is still very reasonable. It's 30 basis points off. And trying to be open, Jared, but I mean, you've been opposed, shaking your head the whole time. And so it's to be reasonable at the table and say, what's our best approach to try to satisfy this? We don't want to try to kibosh the whole process because, our map we put forth didn't win based on merits.
As they're discussing, Michelle, can you zoom in on the intersection between D11 and D5 in those areas? Up north of that, sorry. Yeah, or along. I just want to examine that. Can someone, for the record, kind of give us an idea of what that looks like there for neighborhoods? Go ahead, Gina.
I can tell you that it works.
Okay. What neighborhood is that right there, Michelle?
That's Woodhaven,
Woodhaven?
and then White Lake Hills is just to the east of it,
Okay,
and then Gatewood Park.
yeah, Gateway.
Gateway Park.
I had resistance initially taking Woodhaven because of all the apartments, but for the sake of getting to that 54%, it seemed to work.
And then that's Randall Mill Road, is that right? That's a dividing line up north of that? Is that Randall Mill?
Yes.
That's Randall Mill Road.
Okay. And then what neighborhood is just north of that and over? Yeah.
That's that piece that we talked about at the very beginning, Gina.
Garden of Eden.
Garden of Eden.
Garden of Eden.
Garden of Eden, and then, okay, what's that one?
River Bend to Fort Worth.
Okay,
And those are currently in 4.
yeah, and they'll be in the new D11. Okay.
Yep.
Any other adjustments or changes?
Especially if there's anything in the other areas of town.
So far, the only change that we've made to V3 is Clark Road moving to District 6 by means of a manual revision.
And Wedgewood going to District 6.
But it's not balanced yet.
Correct.
Right, we have not been able to accomplish the movement of Wedgewood to District 6.
Correct.
We were able to accomplish Clark Road and keep the Hispanic voting age population above 54%
Correct.
in District 11.
Not leaving, I just have to stand up.
Of course.
Are you not leaving? I've never said this before, but it's really hot in here. Is the heater on? How are you not dying? Huh? That you are? The heater's definitely on. I think it's all of y'all. We missed Tarleton. Apparently it was really great. We can go out there and just stand outside like we were there. I know. Tarleton's groundbreaking. I felt bad missing it.
What are we working on right now?
Well, I'm asking, is there anything else that she needs to see or change or adjust? If not, then this is our map and we're going to move forward.
I would ask that, again, we look at the revisions. Did we concede that we can't get to the changes in 6 and 9?
I think we conceded that.
Okay.
Especially because we do not want to decrease at all any Hispanic numbers in D11.
Okay. We've spent a lot of time on 6 and 8 and 9. I just don't know that we've spent enough time in 5. I guess I've got 2 strong voices, 3 that say they don't want to go from 54 to 53.75. And I
What
think
change are you wanting to make that would
it's
do
mostly
that?
tied in 5 and 4 and 10 in the north.
5 and 4 and 10.
So we still don't have, with these changes right here, we still don't have. Okay, then let's
Then we're
go
good.
forward. Then we're not good because this doesn't, are you saying this map doesn't meet the diagnostics?
This map does not meet the diagnostics.
so then
What I'm
let's-
saying is this Wedgewood has to be in District 6. I'm not going to be the one to go out there and tell Wedgewood that they got split up or they
Understand.
did not get their voice heard.
you're no vote.
And so I'm going to vote no, not only today, but I'm going to vote no on Tuesday.
Okay.
So y'all go out and tell them.
But to be clear, though, are you willing to vote yes on this map on Tuesday anyway, even if we make the change to Wedgewood?
Right.
What I'm saying is I'm willing to work on changes.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I would like to,
This is important to me. I do want to hear it. Thank you. Okay.
So
I-
go ahead, Gina.
I'd like to hear from Bickerstaff before we lawyer too much ourselves. We've got this high-paying lawyer in the audience with us, so what do you make of what we've seen so far? Because I've heard council members talking about what will not pass legal muster. So I'd like to hear from you at the microphone.
From what I've seen, I mean, what we really need to do with this map, more than anything, is focus on balancing the population. I mean, that's the initial test. That's the real exercise in redistricting is balancing the population. So we're not there yet. And
Yeah. And what are the major
we have to
issues?
get that done before we can really worry about anything else. So where sometimes you can find, from what I've seen, it looks like Wedgewood, if you move it as a block, is creating, because it's just a big population. So whether you split it or move it or however you do it, you can sometimes kind of poke at the edges, but you're going to have, you might have to with this map to get it where you want it, split up some neighborhoods or some, I'm not sure if Wedgewood is defined by the attendance zone of the elementary school or how that neighborhood is defining itself, but I know the neighborhood, but you may have to split that up. I mean, that may be a sacrifice, or some other area. If Wedgewood is the line, then you may have to go over to, for example, this area here, and split that up. And so there are going to have to be some sacrifices. There always are. It's very, very difficult to do anything that puts your population in balance and keeps all neighborhoods together the way you want them to.
So Michelle, what are the major integrity check issues we have right now? You go to the microphone, sorry.
And I think these only issues is because we're changing Wedgewood. But if that's fixed, if that stays out like it is, it meets.
Exactly, which is what I wanted to ask. So is that true, Michelle?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. So we could make the Clark Road change without all these other issues popping up, but it's the Wedgewood issue.
Correct.
Okay.
Michelle, can you clarify something for me?
Of course.
On that map, going to the Poly area, is there any split there? I mean, is it split between 8 and 11? Is
No.
it shown up there? Or
Not
where is it?
anymore. It was, but then when we made the change to Clark Road, we swapped it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then there's no split in Poly. Okay, that was just a concern. All right, okay. All right.
But thank you for articulating that, because that was a concern.
And I just want to throw it out there and continue to fight for it, is we've spent a lot of time on 6, 8, 9, and I think there's other pieces of the city we need to focus on, and we can go from 54 to 53.75 and still factor in some neighborhood concerns.
What are those concerns, Carrie?
Some of it's where 5 and 11 intersect. It's putting Eastern Hills in 11. It's offsetting that with Woodhaven, and Riverbend. It's in the north, it's putting, it's playing with the lines where 7, 4, and 2 all intersect. We're talking about a whole city here.
But are there neighborhoods? Like, are there, like,
Yeah, White Lake Hills, Woodhaven, Riverbend.
But
White Lake Hills is in 5
yeah,
now?
Gina's okay with
Yeah.
the way District 5 looks, so.
Well, I mean, understand that, and I'm also represent District 4, but we're also talking to the north where you've got neighborhoods up there as well.
So what neighborhoods are those?
It's the neighborhoods along Basswood, it's the Chisholm Trail, it's Arcadia, it's the ones in District 7 on the other side of 35.
And just for the sake of civility, because you've been so kind, Carrie, I don't mind playing with Woodhaven, Eastern Hills, White Lake Hills, just to see what it looks like. I'm okay with moving around to see what it looks like. And that way we can either embrace or put this puppy to bed. So, Michelle, why don't you put Eastern Hills in 5 and move White Lake Hills somewhere else? And let's just see what things start looking like.
Can you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, can we look at the other version, because it has these changes here already reflected? You don't have to go backwards.
And you're specifically asking to move White Lake Hills into D11? Is that correct?
5.
Into 5?
It is in 5.
It is in 5.
It's already there.
made
Eastern
that
Hills
change.
is not in 5. And one thing that we have to be mindful of is the 54%.
Yes,
No, correct. And I'm going from 54 to 53.75.
but I don't understand why. I'm sorry.
Well, there's other changes to the north.
But what are they?
Okay, you'll just have to go there and look at it on the map.
Yeah, show me, where?
And I'm okay with playing around.
Yeah.
I just will
Zoom out.
give us some caution. That again, anything that we make changes that affects the new district,
Yeah.
it is going to dilute that number from 54, and it's going to go down.
Yes, to
Duly noted,
53.75.
and I appreciate
But
your
that's
map
not-
drawing skills. You've been doing it good.
That's not showing all the changes up there.
We're getting along so well now. Let's just continue the flow. I really like the love,
Thank you, Gina. That's, okay.
but I'm not going to be
This
here
is
all
the
day.
change
Tell
that
y'all
you
that
made.
now. I'm just, it's so compelling.
Yeah, so that's the changes there.
Which neighborhood is that, Carrie?
I don't recall. It's escapes my mind.
And you're wanting
I
it
can tell you
in
the
full.
residents there, but I can't think of the name of the neighborhood. It's the Presidio area. There's good commercial area. There's a lot of development in that area. I just think it's important to tie that together.
With 4?
Yep, you've got Chisholm Trail Parkway just south of 287, I'm sorry, Chisholm Ridge, HOA just south of 287. I'll pull it up.
So when you do that, what happens to specifically District 11, if anything, that's negative?
It-
You start messing.
Wait a minute, Carrie, what are you saying about Chisholm Ridge right now?
I mentioned some of the neighborhoods that are impacted by these changes.
Yeah, but what are you proposing?
Well, that's the difference in the map.
What?
I don't, but yeah, I don't, yeah.
I don't understand. That's why I'm asking. Because again, and this got brought up before, that's diluting Hispanic, population if you try to punch up.
That piece is just aligning the neighborhoods with the commercial properties around it. That's not diluting the Hispanic population.
For the record, just say which district is going from and to.
Okay, so
From 7 to 4.
scroll up some. It's really just interchanging between 10, 4, and 7 in the north. That's it. 10, 4, and 7 are exchanging. So there's no changes to 2 or 11 with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Good clarity. So now the changes to the south, when we did the other, and so I guess I'd say if y'all want to make your changes, if there's a way to incorporate the changes y'all did south of 820, and then do the changes I suggested north of 820, go with it.
Do what?
The changes that y'all are talking about are mostly south of 820. The changes I'm talking about are mostly north of 820.
Right, so I think we're willing to go ahead and let you make your changes as long as,
Okay.
54% is our number.
right.
Good luck,
So
Michelle.
you want to add Chisholm Ridge to District 4? Is that what I'm hearing?
Which is currently in 7, it would move it to 4.
It's highlighted. right
I'm
here.
probably more concerned with the area north of that.
Okay, go up north.
That's not all the changes there. Let me look at it.
So
You're
this
wanting,
was
look
the
right there,
change.
Carrie. That's what you're wanting.
Yeah,
So you're wanting that to go from 10 to 4?
yep.
Okay, do that and see what the population stuff does.
Yeah. Keller.
Is this just for senior residents, or are we trying to balance population?
I don't know. I don't know what neighborhood. I think it's in
Clark Road. I mean, just Alton, they serve McCart. I mean, it's just.
It looks like it's in population.
So in version 80, it would be going from 4 to 10, not from 10 to 4.
Sure.
Okay, that was what was confusing me. So you're wanting to take District 10 down. So we're following and then cutting across. Is that a neighborhood?
It's not.
Okay. I thought there was one. Oh, that's the neighborhood. So it is splitting to Hama Ridge. Let me change. All right. So the yellow outline is a neighborhood. We would be splitting that.
I don't see that registered on my side. I don't show those in registered, as a registered community of interest.
You're correct. It's just a neighborhood. It's not a community of interest. That is accurate. So do we still want to cut it? Okay.
Yeah. So make that change and then let's check our integrity. We probably should do that anyway. I got jokes. It's 12:15. I'm hungry.
Down. And we're cutting across. Not that one? It's true, is that heritage? Is that heritage? Oh, I just didn't get down far enough. Heritage up to Bald Mountain. Is that our stair step? Nope. One more over. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna call her about it today. She's your candidate. She would win. And you saw it.
Michelle, I'm not worried about that area too much.
Okay.
I would go to the other side of I-35, other way, and try to grab that 658 people for, that's the Hillwood headquarters.
And put that into 10?
Yep. Keep going. There we go. See what that does. Too.
All right.
So 10 is too much, so you can take the neighborhood west of 35 that, oh, that's why I made the changes there to 7 to offset that. Before you do that, the area west of 35, south of Golden Triangle, try to give that back to 4.
So west of 35.
South of Golden Triangle.
Maybe I'm not seeing where Golden Triangle is.
Right there it says 284. Go up north. 284.
I'll give it up here.
Now test.
Oh,
Just
they
test.
touch on the top. I was gonna say they're not contiguous.
Okay, so that's why I think we had to give a piece of 7,
So 11 needs more population.
correct. So we got some from 7.
What happened?
We swapped land between 4 and 10, and the overall range is too big. That 11 needs more population to account for it.
Okay. Who has the most population?
It might be District 4. Nope, District 10.
District 10.
10's at 96 and 11's at 84.
Yeah.
And that was the Tahoma, no, Chisholm Ridge. Okay. Thank you.
So the top piece, that piece.
You went over here. There is a neighborhood over here.
I wish we could keep all districts at a bottom line of 90,000. Because 9 is down to 87.
Okay, so if we give that 7. And give the rest of the neighborhood. Let's see what that does for us. All right, 11 still needs more.
Where's District 3?
From 4 in the south, and then take it back up from 10. I don't know if it's palatable, but it's a way of doing it to, shift the population.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is going to drop our Hispanic VAP. But let's check it. Oh, 5403.
But did he add any population though? I don't think it.
Michelle, can you zoom out to see where we are?
Hold on, let me double check. I think we're still, it's 95. There's like 1,000 people. $11 still needs more though.
Can I add something crazy? Carlos, is there anything you can give District 11? Okay. Correct.
But I don't, they're both at 95, so switching them, that's.
You're gonna have to add another district in the mix. If District 10 and 7 is at 95, so you can play how you want to, but you're gonna have to add District 3. What is District 3 numbers? No, but I'm saying, listen.
So while they're talking about that, can you zoom out, please?
No, listen. So take some from 10 to give to 7. Then take some from 7 to give to 3. But if you do 7 and 10, okay. I'm not interested. You keep going. Just trying to help you. Well,
Okay, that was all green, I saw.
This is version 80. This is Carrie's map. Okay. Then let me do.
It still splits Wedgwood. And I think what's most important is we're drawing a map that the community did not ask for last night nor the rest of the meetings, and I'm not okay with that.
We're trying to make the portion.
We're trying to
of
do what
this
the
map
council wants to
north
do
of
and not what the
80
community asked for.
North of 820 match a map that complies with the diagnostics. Mess with anything south of 820 that y'all have already done.
This is not what the community asked us to do throughout this entire process, and it is not okay.
I don't agree with you, Jared. I don't. I'm sorry. I think that we are balancing a lot of public commentary and a lot of different discussion. And I feel very strongly that I brought up Polly for a reason, If that community had known we were going to take Polly out of Historic District 8, they'd have shown up last night. I promise you. You'd have had a whole nother chamber full of people. And I can't even speak for them as well as Chris can, but I know that at my core, and which is why I couldn't get to the horseshoe today. And I don't think it's fair that we pretend that we're not listening, because we have been. We are creating a new Hispanic Opportunity District. That's what we're doing.
Mayor, respectfully, the poly issue, I completely understand. But that doesn't negate the fact that the task force recommended that there be a horseshoe. And they signed a letter, all these folks we appointed yesterday, that said that we are begging the council to work out a horseshoe map. And we're not doing that right now. That's why I wanted to work from the horseshoe, because one, it honored the voices of our neighborhoods, and we could work backwards from it to wherever. We're not working
I hear
backwards
you.
from what the community said. We're working from something they said they didn't want.
And I would just add to that, and I hear you, Jared, and the issue that has come up today is that there was a different horseshoe map presented that wasn't a consensus or didn't try to work with the council members. And I think that's something that we have to really, as we sit on this dais for the next year and a half or longer, we hear the community, but we also have to work with each council member to make it all happen. And map 4 did not do that. And so that's why we're at this map.
So would you like to make a motion for us to look at version 3 horseshoe? Is that what you're saying?
I said that all along. I said I will support map 3 horseshoe. I have said that.
First, let me say this, that the date
Where
that was
do you want-
parenthetically referred to on the submittal of V4 horseshoe.
Okay, so
Okay. No other submissions were made so that others could take a look at it. And I did separately have some conversations with a few council members on it. We heard amendment suggestions yesterday. And again, tried to incorporate that in here before the meeting. It's only a matter of hours. We don't have control over the clock like that. Okay, so it's not a fair shake, to, and I know that, we took a consensus around the table, as far as a horseshoe map. So I'm not trying to revisit history necessarily, but I'm trying to clarify that is not an accurate representation of where we got. If you look further in the record, there have been things that, have been submitted at the last minute, and I'm not going to get into that, okay? We're here where we are, and we're trying to work forward to something. Again, my preference is to work from a horseshoe to get to a place that we can all find consensus. This is just my position, okay? Because again, I think that that's the best way to get to those CVAP numbers that we need for adequate Hispanic representation, okay? But here we are, we're trying to see if we can do that with that. I'm still waiting and watching and hearing the input and see where we get right now.
So on this, like right in here, there's not room to take.
So council,
apparently all the-
I know we want to be done today, but if we can't get there, and I'm hearing from all of you separately, you all have full-time jobs outside of this, and you've all got places to do that. Do we need to reschedule another thing tomorrow? I know you don't want to do that, but we're not there. So if you're going to keep making changes to lines, 72 hours, then you're going to move everything. And then some of y'all are going to Europe. So we can break and come back this afternoon? I don't know what else to,
No.
what?
Break and come back this.
Break and come back this afternoon later? We're not done, Elizabeth.
I know, but we just keep changing the.
I know, but I'm like, you're bringing up, you want to go from a horseshoe? Like,
No, I think we're with this map.
I'm fine to work from this map. Again, we have to get to consensus some kind of
I
way.
know.
I would submit to you, we heard voices last night. But if there is another community, as you stated, Polly, if they had heard what we were doing, you'll hear from a whole different audience. And so we got to figure it out. So on any given Tuesday night, we will hear from constituents who are unhappy. And the ones who are the most unhappy are the ones who show up. So I'm good for working with this. I've got a 3 o'clock meeting. I have a 5 o'clock meeting. I think we can get this done. Just because you hear some voices that say no, doesn't mean the majority, you can't get to 5 votes. And all you need is 5.
Yeah, and I will say, to Mayor's point, last night was not the only time we heard from community and residents. We have been hearing from the community since October and September, and although some did not come, does not mean their voices are silent, because they have, just like you have stood up for Wedgwood. That's because you know Wedgwood, and they have told you. And 2 people came last night, but that doesn't mean their voice is silent. And so I want to make sure that we all understand that all of us have taken account of what everybody has said over the months and days. And so I'm willing to figure this thing out and get it done.
We're close.
Yeah, I think Leonard and I are the most quiet ones, but that's because our people have no reason to come in and complain. We have had engagement from them, but just because you don't hear from one group on any given Tuesday, doesn't mean that they haven't been heard.
Right.
So, work it out. 5 votes.
Are we from making this map work?
We're not really voting, we're just gonna have this consensus map. We have consensus to move forward, but the thing I was hearing earlier, what I was getting to is, we're not making amendments in any other forum than in an open forum, which is what we're doing right now. And so, I'm getting texts, y'all need to leave, I get it, but I can't keep making amendments if we don't have a quorum. And so that's the position we're in. If y'all are willing to stay here as long as we can, that's fine. The only other option is we can recess for a few hours and come back this afternoon, but we can't move to a different day.
I can't come back. I'll be here at 3. My T-shirt says I stay till it's done.
Okay,
So can we take a 10-minute break?
let's take a 10-minute break, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call us back to order. I don't know how long for, but we're going to open it up for a little dialogue and then figure out what our rest of our afternoon looks like.
Amended, not 4, but the horseshoe amended compromise.
Okay.
Can you put that up on the screen, please?
We can.
All right. Let's do this.
Okay.
I really want to thank everyone at this table for listening and for being willing to come together and answer what we've heard from the community. I will tell you, the horseshoe was not, I think, preferred for anyone because, as we talked about, it seemed ugly. But there were comments that we heard last night, and I will tell you, particularly moving was Jody Valencia, who talked about from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s fighting for a South Side Hispanic district. And it was very compelling to me. I think it is very important that we do everything we can to try to make sure that that South Side district is part of our Latino Opportunity District. Let me correct myself, Latina Opportunity District, because I look forward to welcoming another woman on this council. It was clear that the horseshoe as amended that was submitted this morning was a non-starter for a lot of people. There is tension as to what should or shouldn't happen to Polly, and I respect that. But I think that a compromise can be made if we go back to the horseshoe version 3 as amended, 322, whatever we're calling it, and start from there. I think we can make a couple of changes. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think everyone will get what they want, but we will give the South Side the voice that they have been asking for. And so I'm asking us, Mayor, if we can go back around the table and say that we are willing to discuss the horseshoe as amended version 3 that was submitted this morning.
Okay. So I'm fine with that. I think there are some issues with that map that we need to discuss openly here. So I don't know, we want to do the same exercise as before, if there are going to be amendments to make to that map or go back to the, because we were still making several amendments that were not done yet to the compromise map. So
Can we just review why we?
what are
took it
the
off
major
table?
issues? Yeah, good point, Leonard, thank you.
So I'm so sorry. Leonard, I'm not trying to cut you off. I actually have a deposition that I have to get to because I do have a full-time job that has to pay my bills. And so I will be stepping away for a minute. I will be available via text if you need it. I really appreciate everyone's willingness to come back to this table, and I hope that the city of Fort Worth sees what we're doing for y'all.
Thank you, Elizabeth. To Leonard's point, let's go back and reexamine.
Mayor, I will tell you while she's pulling that up, I did hear from former Mayor Pro Tem Burt Williams, who is in agreement with the horseshoe concept and made some points to me that make me open to being able to at least consider it.
That's helpful,
So
Gina.
I am not rigid about it. I am rigid about getting to 5 votes today.
Me too.
So,
Yeah.
Let me say, if you need me, I'm not far, so I can be back.
Thank you.
I guess.
Sorry, I'm hungry. I'm clearing my head. It's coming. So we could do one of two things. We can take a break and come right back in like maybe 20, 30 minutes. So that I kind of need some organization to remind myself what were the issues with this map, honestly, if that's okay. Let's take some time and then maybe in 20, 30 minutes, so 1:40-ish, come back. Okay. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Okay, let's do that. I'm getting hangry. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order. Thank you, council. We may need to turn that overhead screen back on too. So as a reminder, after lots of hard debate and hard talk with council, we've been operating off of map version 3 horseshoe and attempting to keep a lot of factors at play. So I think what we need to do, Michelle, you can zoom out first, show everybody where we are, and also show demographics and percentages. And there's a few things that we need to point out that I know were important, especially after public commentary last night, which was a heavy support for a horseshoe version, but there were certain neighborhoods of most concern. When you zoom in, Michelle, go to District 9 and District 11 as well. One big concern was the splitting of Rosemont, correct? And what have we done to correct that here?
It hasn't been. We didn't resolve that because of the overall percentage.
Go ahead, Chris.
What is the street? Because I think we was
There's
okay
there's an
with-
area that, yeah.
Jared, do you know what the street is? What's the divider right now? For Rosemont.
But there is a street that they would like to be divided on that they're okay with.
Yeah.
We know it. McCart?
LaCarte.
Can you do that? Yeah, right there, that triangle.
That was the piece they were fine with being. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
$59.39.
Okay.
So that does put the Hispanic voting age population for District 11 to
59.39. Okay. And as a point of clarification for the record, it is a split. However, after communication with the Rosemont neighborhood, this was their wish for a split, correct? Okay,
That's my, yeah.
that's my understanding. I'm just making sure no one else disagrees. Yeah.
That is correct. They expressed, that as being acceptable to them because, again, of that industrial area that we're just shaving off.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Okay. Help me, counsel, any other areas here? Let's talk about, you swing around with the horseshoe, go north, you can kind of see where District 8 intersects with the new District 11. Anything we want to point out here for clarification and how we've tried to keep as much of our Hispanic opportunity area in the new D11 there?
Just for the record.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us if you've saved this, is this public file we can be pulling up while you're looking at it on your end?
I can share it out, yes.
You would?
I can do that.
59.39.
And it's version A, alpha.
Go ahead, Chris. Chris was related more to the changes we made in D11 and D8 to keep our Hispanic percentages up higher, but also some of the considerations and talking points we had earlier about poly.
Okay, so all of poly is intact that has been registered as poly, still in District 8. D11, if you go up to north, in one of the versions, I think the earlier version, D11 went all the way to 820. In this map, the updated version stops it at, what street is that? Broadway or?
Broadway,
Broadway, okay,
Long Avenue.
yeah. You saying something, Carrie?
Sorry, point of clarity real quick. The map that you shared does not meet the diagnostic test, so I want to make sure that we're all looking at the right map.
What does
Okay,
it?
it probably doesn't because she just made a change of Rosemont. And so we're gonna have to give District 9. Prior to that change, it did meet it.
You could do
I guess-
Edge Cliff.
So District 9 dropped under 85.
Correct. So between,
Can we see what that the population number was that we just changed?
go back, yes.
Yeah. And we can just pick it up somewhere else.
One, we're trying to add to D9, correct?
Yeah,
Reverting back, yes.
trying to see what this population is.
So the original version. For 9 was 88.
Okay, and check that real quick so we can, please, thank you. Okay. Can we fix the connectivity check?
Right. Okay.
So it's 88,400. I wonder, I'm not sure if Carlos know anything about this, but that piece that's under Rosemont, do we know what that is? Because maybe we can do a swap. Okay.
I don't know if that is, Chris.
I think the best place to swap would be Greenbrier south of 20, near Edge Cliff. Same with the neighborhood adjacent to that, which is a part of South Hill South.
So let me give this back to 11, so we know what numbers we're working with.
88,400.
So McCart,
Mayor,
so now we're at 80.
while we're doing that, I think it might be helpful to explain to those people watching why we moved from one map to the other. So with and without the horseshoe.
So I think I'll try to summarize it, and anyone's welcome to add to it. But I think as debate continued and hard discussion was, we're not there yet on the other map, and there was a lot of divide, and we kind of lost the 5-vote consensus I thought we had. I shouldn't say vote, but a feeling to move forward. So we went back to a horseshoe version to see if we could rebuild and get to a place where this body felt like they had a consensus on a potential map, which happens to be this version 3 horseshoe was our go from point, if that helps. Of course.
I think it did because it was 88.4.
VAP drops to 58. And if we're trying to stay at 59,
Yeah, and we do want to do that. We don't want to go. Okay.
You could
Try the
Greenbrier, and then we could come down on the southeast side.
so show me where Greenbrier is.
That blue strip just north of Edgecliff. Yep.
How many do you have? How much do 6 have?
6 is at 87,000. If we're just talking population,
You can go a little bit further south where that triangle is. That's South Hill South as well. Yep. And then we would just need to go to the south east side. Scroll down some. Keep going. So that pink block, that's Meadow Creek there. So you could put that in 6.
and then we need to find something for 8. Okay.
8 is where?
It may
91.
work.
Sorry. 6.
It's not enough.
Where's 8 at?
Yeah, they dropped us both
87.
below.
So I'm assuming it's going to say that both
Yeah.
8 and 6 are too low.
We could work. You could actually go back up to Alta Mesa and McCart. And zoom in to the intersection. So there is a neighborhood just north of Alta Mesa, and it stops at West Creek Park, and it's not considered a little bit further north. Keep going. Right there on that southeast corner, bordering Edgecliff, that neighborhood just south of West Creek Park isn't a part of South Hill South, so you could probably do that.
Take that into 6.
Yep.
Okay.
And keep going. There's those 3 blocks there. That should do it.
What neighborhood was that, Jared?
That's really a part of West Creek.
Okay.
Should I go back down and give 8 that back?
Six still might be low by a couple, or no, it's 3.
You had kind of went real quick. When we swapped that neighborhood under Rosemont, it went to 58%. Well, it was 58 point what? Because that actually worked.
So Do you want me to back out of all the changes or just give that?
I would.
I should have made a copy.
What's the, so, hold on. You're saying, don't do what we just did, exchanging the recommendations from Councilmember Williams and go back to our try of exchange that was that neighborhood south of Hemp Hill, of Rosemont? What's
I
your
don't-
reasoning for doing that? Just so everybody can understand.
Okay, when we made those changes, it dropped 6 and 8 below. And so it makes it hard to, the connectivity from 6 and 8 are connected to each other. And the only other area that 8 can pick up is going to be in the more highly Hispanic neighborhood, which will drop the
we don't wanna
VAP
do.
some more. So that's just my reasoning.
Yeah.
Then on here, 3 is low. We could work on the Bryan Irvin Road, and I can come back over to Crowley Road, and that would adjust for that. But it would still leave 8 where it is potentially, unless we brought more poly in.
Well, if 6 takes more from 3, then I can pick that piece back up. But I don't know
So
where we do that.
on Bryan Irvin, to help 3 out,
Hold on. Do we want to go back or?
No,
do we
no,
want-
No, to stay where you are.
Okay.
everything west of Bryan Irvin has been in 3, and I don't know that they spoke out and said they want anything different. So anything west of Bryan Irvin, like that block there. Yep. So Quail Ridge, and then also everything west of Bryan Irvin. Yeah, down Chisholm Trail
Put it in 3,
in 3, because
but
he's
you
at
need more people.
He's at 86, but then I can come back over near Meadow Creek. There's still a piece of Meadow Creek that we can add to it, taking us to Crowley, and then we would have to fix 8, and that would solve the puzzle. And then 8, there's still room near the poly side to do that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we do that, we're gonna take away from the Hispanic, the Latino vote. I see what you're saying.
And 10, 11, where's 11 at? Population-wise, I'm sorry.
97.
59.39 right now.
So maybe we take it near the southeast side of the district. Like below 287, because that one neighborhood just east is already in 8. So we might be able to pull it up there too,
What are you saying?
that piece. What neighborhood is that?
Glen
It's
Park.
Glen Park, it's highly Latino.
Yeah,
We tried that and the numbers,
yeah. Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
trying to stay at around 60 or at least no lower than 59.
I mean, I would say on the record, and it's kind of hard because my, District 8's eastern border is where our Hispanics highly are concentrated in. And so if we take anything from there, we dilute that Hispanic vote. That's the only thing I'm saying.
yeah, I get that. Let me see the south eastern portion of District 6, see what else is on the boundary.
Yeah, either from 3 to 6, and then from 6 to 8.
So we could do Quail Ridge. So let's go ahead and do that, yeah. Quail Ridge to 3.
Put it in 3.
Yep.
Okay.
So that takes care of 3 there. So now you're at 88,000, so that,
Yeah, hold on.
you could probably do east of Bryan Irvin too, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, west, I'm
can't
sorry,
leave it
west,
Little Island.
west, yeah. It's loading.
I'm not an expert, but I don't think that's.
It's just loading. And then, oh, it's gonna crash.
Don't say such things.
Oh, there it is. So everything west of Bryan Irvin right there, that could be in 3.
Okay.
Apartments, Bank of America, discount time. Yeah. And then back on the north, east side of the District of 6. Right in there where your mouse is. We can add some from there to 8.
So take that out of 6 and put it in 8.
Yes. If you zoom in, I can navigate you. So that street that you're pointing right there,
But you're at 85,000. District 6 is at 85,000.
so I need 2,000.
Yeah.
And where's 9?
88. 87.
So just southwest of the intersection, Altamesa McCart, Wedgewood South goes, doesn't go to McCart there. So we could take that section from McCart all the way to, I think that's Woodway. Zoom in, go over to the left, or, yep. And then go down some south. Nope, the neighborhood
I was
just below
trying
that,
to see what was where.
that piece right there.
This one?
Yes,
Go to 6.
yep.
What neighborhood is that?
I think it was part of the Wedgewood COI.
Before we made these changes, did we have the other map say that worked? Just, go ahead, keep going.
So,
I think you did because you exported it to the public.
Okay.
Let me
Right.
go ahead and make
Yeah.
this, save this as version B.
Thank you.
And if we can just make those 2 other changes and see what that VAP was, and then we can see if we have consensus, and then I'll keep changing. Because I think we're going kind of backwards. I think we are.
In work session changes.
so that yellow boundary is boundary to Wedgewood south. So everything southeast. Yep. Yeah. So now we're 1,000 short, which I'm sure we could get there.
Right now, 6 is 1,000 short.
Yes.
87.
Okay, so the lowest, when we made it work, the lowest you can go is 88,000. 88,400, I think. No, the top end
We haven't
is,
changed the top.
Because we moved.
Yeah.
The biggest district is 11 at 97, so we might be close on the range.
So we could probably pick up 1,000 off of Crowley Road and then try to pick up somewhere. I know it cuts in. We just have to see what percentage it gets it down to.
yeah, I'm just saying the lowest can only be 88,000.
Right.
For any and everybody.
So
We
if
want
we
to look
could,
at District 11 first.
That's
get
fine.
that back, and then see where we need to adjust everyone else.
I want to pull up the other same map and do those swaps to see what that percentage was. Because we still can make Crowley Road changes on that other map.
At this point right here, what was the population of District 11? Do you know, Chris?
97,000.
97, okay.
All right. Oh. Oh, no.
I got an interview. Oh, God. I know.
This makes me nervous.
I'll just say I have to run, but thank y'all. I think that what we're doing right now, we're getting close, and I appreciate y'all for working on this. where I was going, my train of thought was maybe by Winco, the neighborhood south, we can figure out a piece there that would fix 8 and then, or fix 6, and then we could go up.
Why are
Try
you
to find
whispering?
somewhere.
Why are you
I'm
whispering?
hoarse, my
Okay.
allergies, the tree pollen, all kinds of stuff. I need an allergy pill too.
Bye.
But
See
I
you.
think we could work there. That's my train of thought.
Thank you, Jared. Okay.
I don't want anything to do with that. Take all your stuff.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
Crowley.
Right, and that's something we said we can write on or write about or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
I'm
that's
in
the wrong map.
I'm in the completely wrong. One. I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize, Michelle. You've been at it all day. It's okay.
I was like, that
I was
looked
like, why
different.
doesn't it look the same? There we
Okay.
go. Okay.
So we swap the piece to next, so. Okay.
Okay. Be here.
Okay. So we accounted for Okay, so District 11 is at 97.
Okay, so can we do that, add that piece McCart to Rosemont, and then take the piece underneath Rosemont?
So all of this to District 9.
I've got to head out, but I'm getting some email questions about Heritage and it being split in half and people wanting to understand that.
I think we're going to have to, if Leonard's leaving, we're going to have to pause until Gina and or Elizabeth get back because we're not where we need to be quorum-wise. Yeah. So we can, that's okay. That's okay. I do. Around this table, who else can stick around? Can the rest of y'all stick around for a little bit longer? Okay. Okay, good. Okay. And it works? Okay, real quickly, do that again, Michelle. You made those changes and we're at 58.37.
Correct. So population works, the VAP is not ideal, but we can still make adjustments. The Hispanic voting age.
We had wanted it
population-
around 59, we're at 58.37. So
It's a lot better than 54.
yeah,
That's correct.
yeah. Will you do the integrity check one more time for me?
Yes, ma'am. There is a connectivity because of the Crowley piece.
But you have to go in and manually fix that. That's not an issue, correct?
Correct. Oh. Thank you. Slivers.
I think that computer is very tired. It died. It's back there. Okay.
Done.
2 and 11, put the microphone there, Michael, sorry.
Just, will you go over the numbers then for it? So 2 and 11 are what percentage Hispanic voting? 62 and 58. 62, 11, 58, 37.
And as far as districts are concerned, Rosemont, D11, right?
Yes,
Greenbrier in, where's Greenbrier, Michelle? What district?
9,
Greenbrier,
Worth Heights?
11.
11.
11.
And then South Enfield Heights?
I don't know what that is.
It's either in 9 or 11.
9.
Okay.
Is Shaw Clark?
so I think we have to recess until I get Gina back or Elizabeth back. So I'm going to do that. Everybody stick around. I think one of them will reappear here quickly. We just lost Leonard. It's 6, yeah. So we're going to recess and do that until one of those get back. In the meantime, I'll call us back to order. I don't even know where we are. What time is it? Maria, can I borrow your laptop if you don't mind? Thank you.
3:54.
What's that?
Time is 3:54.
Thank you. So Michelle will have you drive us here. Council can interject anywhere else they want to. Do we think it makes most sense to try to start with District 11 on where we are and the changes we've tried to make to keep that percentage up? It's currently, Hispanic voting age population is at 58.83. I know Michelle was also keeping note of some changes that were pretty significant that we were making here. We can talk about those openly as well. So I know I'm kind of going to, once you do that, go ahead, but we're going to loop around the horseshoe, start in the Rosemont area, and also South Hemphill Heights, correct, is now in District 11. Okay? Rosemont, according to the feedback we got from the neighborhood in the industrial area, is going to be in D9, correct? But all the population is going to be in D11, correct?
Correct. McCart is the dividing line.
Thank you. Any other notes here we think are significant, council? We can scroll up otherwise, okay? Let's keep going.
Residential area south of Seminary Hills goes from 11 to 9.
Perfect. Thank you. Zoom us up north. We're going to swing around.
Here.
I don't think there was anything else that was notable right there.
We took District 8 all the way to Beach
Okay,
and carved out north of, there's a portion of Holly that goes from 8 to 11. And along, is that Will Barger? No.
what street is that?
Vaughn. Along Vaughn Boulevard is the new dividing line between new District 11 and District 8 with Rosedale.
We'll go back to that in just a second. So in the Poly area, because there's been a lot of discussion about this, because originally, before we started doing amendments to this map today, all of it was in District 8. So what we've attempted to do is take the portions that are predominantly Hispanic to help our Hispanic Opportunity District in District 11. Fernando, you're welcome to add anything there you want to.
No, that's correct.
Okay. It does keep the Rosedale corridor in District 8. What else am I missing here, Chris?
I know a lot of people wanted the entire poly into 11. And I know we was trying to make that happen. I don't know. But I think right here north of Vickery, all of it is not. I think that's Vickery right underneath there. No, right there.
Right
That's
there.
Vickery.
That, yeah.
Do you want her to zoom in?
No,
You're okay.
I think the last from a Hispanic leader requested
Everything north of Vickery and east of
everything.
Beach.
Right. Since we're not able to do the entire poly, because why are we not able to do the entire poly? Is it the
It
popular?
started to dilute
Dilute
the
District 11.
VAP for Hispanics. So using Vickery and Beach as that divider, everything north up to Tandy is all in 11. And south at Westland stays in 8. And then it comes from Rosedale down Vaughn, down to 287? Yes. And then to make up population, we took the southern section of Eastland neighborhood.
Which is a predominantly African-American neighborhood, correct?
Correct. And took that into 8. So 11 is still contiguous, wrapping around to the southern boundary.
Anything I'm missing there else that we need to mention, council?
I've got a question.
Okay,
There's a street called Purington, Purington, which was in my district before. It appears not to be, so what changes did you guys make up there with 5?
Can you tell
That
me
would have
the
been
area, or is there an
northern.
address?
It's gonna be on Oakland, close to Oakland and Lancaster.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
Right there, right there.
Okay.
Up to the left, real small, right down to the bottom,
This section.
to the left, right there. Is that, no, that's Panolia.
that's
You
Panola.
said Puritan.
That's always been 8. Purington is north of Lancaster, close to Canton. Close to Weiler, Canton.
Canton's here.
But it'll be easier if you tell me how you guys adjusted the northern border for me in that area.
We took Eastern Hills out.
Correct. Eastern Hills went to District 11 and Brentwood? Brentmore? Sorry.
So here's my little test. So we had the neighborhoods of question to me that I shared with you earlier today. Those were Eastern Hills, Woodhaven, White Lake Hills was one of them, Poly Search, Stop 6, whatever we call it, Echo Heights, and I don't have my notepad. So I think you had those. Where are those neighborhoods now?
So White Lake Hills is in District 5. Woodhaven's in District 5. Brentwood Oak Hills is in District 5, but Eastern Hills is in District 11. Then Old Hanley is in District 11.
Okay.
The rest of Hanley is in District 5. Then we come down to Stop 6. I have my wrong cursor. Historic Stop 6, then Stop 6 Poly Oversight, and then Sunrise are all in District 5.
I can
And
live
that
with
is your
that.
southern boundary.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay.
The Eastern Hills change provides a way for another person to hopefully run one day, who shall remain nameless.
okay. Thank you, Gina. What do we think, council? Do y'all want to look at 9 and 2? Okay. Let's go to 9 first. Of course. And I'm not really going in numerical order, sorry. 9 first.
We gather that.
I know, sorry. Like, what's wrong with her down there?
So the northern boundary of 9 has stayed the same from the original version from yesterday. We gave up, we kept Shaw Clark. Yes. Oh, sorry. That's okay. There was a section of University West that did get divided to give some population to 9 and the rest stayed in 3.
But based on when we were doing that back and forth, Michael, you felt okay about that?
What's that, what's the street right there?
Park Hill?
And then Heidi's here.
This one's, oh, there we go. So giving that to 9 or to 3?
Into 3, I mean, just to clean up and say, so we.
There's only 15 people.
And that's, I think that's where it's been tradition right now.
There we go.
And then I know another big one was go to Wedgewood. That was a big discussion we had earlier.
Correct. Bluebonnet Hills stays in District 9. Coming down Wedgewood, the entire community of interest goes to District 9. The area surrounding it is District 6. So the area north of Edgecliff, which I think that's just a sliver I need to clean up. All the way around. Coming back to District 3, Quail Ridge neighborhood is going to District 6. Trinity Valley is going to District 3. Then a portion of the commercial corridor is going to 6, and the rest is staying in 3.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a assisted living
That's right
section
there.
right here.
Okay.
Can we try to clean that part up? It's all commercial, but just making Bryan Irvin the boundary right there.
No. There's population there, yeah. Okay. So go down to the south part of 6 for me, Michelle. I'm just going to talk about the other,
Yes.
that is all fixed into 6, correct? Clark Road. Okay. Just confirming all those things.
Yes.
Any other things on 6 we want to note, Jared? Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's go to District 2 since I'm not in numerical order anymore. And confirming we did not harm any Hispanic VAP percentages for District 2, correct?
And what are we at, Michelle, there? Let's see, 62.11.
62.11. Yes, part of Marine Creek comes into District 2. Marine,
Just so people that are tuning in, can you, when you're looking at the west cap of District 2 on the north, explain what those streets are? Bound it?
Marine Creek Parkway, sorry, I'm wrong. That is Cromwell Marine Creek Road is the northern boundary of District 2. Coming down. Sorry, I don't.
Bowman Roberts?
Yes, thank you. Bowman Robert Road divides District 7 and District 2. And then cutting across at 10 Mile Bridge Road. And then following Boat Road. Boat Club?
Yep.
Yep.
Boat Club Road.
Boat Club all the way to the city limits.
Okay.
That's dividing 7 and 2.
Any other notations there, Carlos? Significant changes, no?
No significant changes. I mean, we previously referenced that Panther Island's back in D2, so
Yeah.
I think that's all the significant changes. The other boundary on the east side, on the northern cap, is Basswood Boulevard.
Correct.
And then District 7, I don't think we really altered much at all. Anybody disagree with that? Do you remember anything, Michelle, that needed to be notated here?
I don't think we made any adjustments to this version.
Okay.
I think that was to the non-horseshoe.
And then District 10, the new Northern District, I think it's largely the same. Because there was mention from Councilmember Firestone before he had to leave about heritage. I'm going to be overly simple here, but there is such a large concentration in population in that area. When we tried to put it all into 10 or all into 4, it created a major imbalance and we couldn't get to a horseshoe map. So we had to make that decision. And we tried as best we could to really honor similar boundaries that they have right now. Carrie, would you like to add anything to that, representing District 4?
Yeah, I guess this does not match what we had earlier with the central high school feeder pattern.
It does not.
Anything in particular about that that you're throwing out?
Have to try to match that.
What's the issue specifically?
Just what we had, what was done earlier with Chris's map. It's
Where's the feeder pattern?
trying to get more heritage in District 10.
Okay.
But just to be clear, I think if we do that,
Right there, that 130, 194.
That into District 10?
just the 194 piece, that may not mess us up too much. You saying that's all central?
Yeah, keep going all the way to Camp Worth, get the next one.
How far? Follow the roadway?
Actually, the 194 should be,
Enough.
is actually not the piece you want.
Okay.
Actually, that is the piece you want. I'm sorry. Do that back. Do that again. I'm thinking from Timber Creek. And so then grab, just clean that up there, those 3 blocks that say, glasses.
I don't see them.
Yeah, those 6 blocks there, the 83. The 83 to your right, right there. That. What's that do? Actually, and then the one, yeah, that's fine. What's that do?
Just check that first. I think it's going to be pretty off.
Give,
So from District 10 to either 7 or 4.
you can move that Hillwood area back to, I want to make sure before we made these changes, do we have everything fitting?
Yes, we did.
So move the 658 back to 10. Nope, not there,
658.
right there.
I apologize, I don't see it. Oh, there we go, sorry.
That's the Hillwood headquarters.
Let's put this one back to 10 too.
Does yellow need more? You mean, yellow needs more.
Correct.
So put the yellow, put the
Okay.
Hillwood back in before.
Just hit redo. Just hit redo. What about grabbing from 7 down here?
But can I just, yeah, because I think my question is, how critical is this piece?
Say that again.
And 4 and 7.
4.
So now 4 is at 95 and 10 is at 95. Let's see what that puts us at. Oh, 7's too low. 7's at 94. All right, so from 4 to 7 can work. 7. What do you mean, yep? Yep. Yep. So going from 4 to 7 is going to be our best bet. And give them to 7. Well, 7 can take it too. Because 4 is going to be, 10's going to be too high. Yeah, it needs to go to 7. That's what I was trying to do. So if we take. Yeah, we're gonna have to divide something.
He wouldn't be the first person today. Done. Island. By themselves forever.
Do we get it? No?
Invalidates.
It validates? Did I just hear that? Okay, great. District 4, District 10, District 7 are good. We didn't make any other changes to 7. We've talked about 2, correct? We're going to roll south a little bit, making sure I didn't miss anybody. Anybody need to mention anything?
Can we look at 9?
Of course we can.
Thank you.
You missed a little bit. That's good. We looked at it quickly, but we can do it again.
I'm,
Let's go to 9.
okay.
And Riverside is intact. It's.
Yes, that was, thank you for mentioning that. Riverside is all intact.
You hear that, Rick?
Rick,
Back there,
you're
can't see
good.
you.
Rick is intact.
And so it comes down the railroad track, skips over to McCart. If you could scroll down, and then
South Hemphill Heights
had to go.
had to go. So
Okay.
that's a big change.
They were cool with that.
I think that that's what they wanted, right?
Right. Their thing was, they don't mind staying in District 9, but having that opportunity district meant more.
Okay.
So,
And I believe Worth Heights
is in 11.
is in the new district, and we
has to
talked
be.
about that issue earlier.
Okay. And then, so it goes all the way down to Alta Mesa McCart? Is that what I'm seeing? Okay. Okay. Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
Okay. Any other commentary related to the map that we feel like we need to make sure is on the record? I know we made lots of changes today.
I did mention this earlier, and I think Carlos responded, but I want to make sure that the piece of Polly, when we tried to change that piece out of and put it in 10, the population was too high, and it diluted the Hispanic vote. Is that the VAP? Okay, and so that's when we. Where are you at on
So we
that?
did what we could.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why we had to do it that way.
Okay.
Michelle, would you mind saving this real quick?
I just did.
And then let us, okay.
Jared, go ahead.
I just wanted to express gratitude. I know it wasn't easy, and I appreciate, your willingness, everyone's willingness to stay engaged in the process, and so, thank y'all.
Thank you, Jared.
I would note for the record that obviously everything is a balancing act. We wanted to have the fast-growing districts set at lower populations and the slower-growing districts set at higher populations. That's one objective we were not able to accomplish because we assigned greater weight to the creation of a second Hispanic Opportunity District. So in case you get questions about it, I think you can respond by saying that we had other priorities that we had to weigh against that one person, one vote
Yeah.
kind of principle.
And along those lines, in careful consideration of the public commentary, not just last night, but over the last several months, and from the redistricting task force, was to the creation of some type of horseshoe map to create a strong Hispanic Opportunity District, which currently we have accomplished that at 58.83 Hispanic VAP. And I think somehow we have managed to keep as many of the neighborhoods and communities' interests together. It may not be perfect, but we have achieved something pretty notable today. So I'm proud of y'all. I think with that, we've built consensus around this horseshoe map. We'll get it up online and social media immediately in JPEG, right, Gina? Okay. And then moving forward, our plan is to have a resolution at City Council on Tuesday, March 29th at the 10 a.m. meeting. So that is our current game plan. With that, council, go ahead, Gina.
Considering the engagement that we had from council members drawing maps, I think special efforts should be made to express appreciation to the task force.
Yeah. And I hope, along those lines, I hope that they feel like and know that it's frustrating still, and a lot of their volunteer hours were spent, but we've tried to listen, and in the recommendations they made to us, amendments they asked for in MapX, I think we've achieved those today. So,
That's why the overlay will be so important to me, to show that MapX and where we ended up so that it doesn't look like it's so far apart.
yeah, that we tried to achieve those amendments. Carlos?
I just want to say again, what's already been said by some council members, appreciate each and every one of you, for sticking with it, talking, very honestly, and finding compromises, finding, where, you can make sacrifices. This is a workable, compromise map. We got back to the horseshoe, which was, a device, again, that we were trying to use to achieve, those higher Hispanic numbers in that opportunity district. So my appreciation, and I do mean that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Any other comments, council? Two things for the record that I think need to be mentioned is one other consideration we were trying to balance was the high growth in the north And we've now have 2.5 districts in North Fort Worth, which I think helps create a lot more representation in that area. And then the second thing we need to do, if Michelle can, read for the record what the name of this map is, and importantly, how you're going to upload it. I know that's hard. I wanted to call it Anna, but we apparently don't want to taint a sweet baby before she gets here. No, she almost did. You like it, Anna?
So I can rename this, but it's currently map version 3, Horseshoe as amended, 32222A.
Sounds like Anna to
Anna.
me.
That's correct. If we want to just call it compromise, Horseshoe?
Anna.
I guess I should just say for everybody watching at home, my district director is Katie Wary, who is a week out from having a baby. And this has been a long, drawn-out process that I swear her baby has dropped about a few more inches today. So I hoped that we could get to some sort of consensus so Anna can come in and not still be arguing this by the time she graduates college. So thank you.
Okay. I'm adjourning us, yes. Meeting adjourned.